Hello everyone, before you start, I will ask you to subscribe to the channel and like it. The video turned out to be very cool and enjoy watching it. Before this story begins, I'll introduce myself. My name is Mei, and I am the only daughter of the head of our clan, the Akiyama clan. Our clan is located in the middle of the desert. It is small, so it is often raided by neighboring clans. This always causes us great inconvenience. We always lack warriors, and to whom does war bring happiness? Only misfortunes. In addition, the long-standing feud with the influential Uchiha clan has recently become especially aggravated, and his father often went on military campaigns. A warlike clan that I knew nothing about, nor did I know the reason for this enmity. It was too old, started by our ancestors. Each time I waited for the return of my father with bated breath and the hope that he would bring good news. And he brought them. One day, returning from another campaign, the father announced that he had reached an agreement with the Shinja Forest clan. Their leader promised us support in the war against the Uchiha. But the price was high. In exchange for a peace agreement, the protection of our lands, their leader demanded reliable proof of the loyalty of our little clan. And the father gave his consent. And I became the proof, as the bride of the brother of the head of the Shinja clan. And I did not dare to resist the will of my father. Those were the rules. Our girls were never cooked in kunoichi. We were brought up very strictly, from childhood putting into our heads what our purpose is. For all the 19 years that I lived in the world, I did not put on combat suits, and did not hold serious weapons in my hands. I was taught the art of dancing and singing. I knew all the sensitive places on a man's body. I was taught everything to become an ideal wife. The only difference from the other girls of the clan was that, as the daughter of the head, I was taught self-defense techniques. This was once insisted on by my mother, who, unfortunately, was already in heaven. She died giving birth to my younger brother when I was 4 years old. I did not remember her well, but I knew very well that the word of a husband in our clan is the law for a wife. Even if my mother were alive, she would never go against the will of her husband. For disobedience, at best, they were still given in marriage, and at worst, they were sent to work in the desert, and sometimes even executed. This happened to my only friend 2 years ago. She resisted the wishes of her family, categorically refusing to marry the man her father picked for her, and she was exiled to the desert, where she died in another attack. Therefore, there was not even a thought in my head against the will of my father. But that didn't mean I wanted it. I complained to my servant and mentor that I had raised me instead of my mother. I don't want to. I do not like him. I don't like those. Ain, a woman in her early 40s, stood behind me and brushed my hair back into my hair. "What are these, Mei-sama?" she asked kindly. "I saw his portrait," I muttered in response. "I didn't like him, Ain. How am I going to live with him?" "Be glad that you are not being passed off as one of those bloodthirsty Uchihas," the woman answered in a mentor tone. "I heard that the head of the Shinja clan, Hashirama-sama, is a very generous and kind person. Don't worry, you will be treated well." "But I'm not marrying Hashirama-sama, but his terrible brother." I threw up my hands. "Throw it to me," Ain threatened. "Tobarama-sama will not offend you." She soothingly stroked my shoulder. "Besides, I will go with you." "But he's an albino." "I don't like fair ones." Ain laughed softly. "And which ones do you like?" she asked with a smile on her lips. "Well, I don't know." I hesitated. "But definitely not like that." "Other girls are worried that the groom will not like you, but you know about yours, Mei-sama." The mentor sighed. I remained silent and lost in my thoughts while Ain-san helped me with my clothes. "Well, almost finished," she said, tying the belt on my kimono. "Shipping soon, Mei-sama." I don't want to get married. I don't want to marry Shinja Tobarama. When I asked my father to show me his portrait, I did not think about anything. I was just curious. But when I saw him, I realized that this is not at all the person with whom I would like to live my whole life. I was not very worried that they were taking me away from my native places, passing me off as a foreigner. The main thing for me was that he at least did not push me away. But when I saw the face of Tobarama-sama, I realized that his face alone does not evoke pleasant emotions in me. I sighed. My father said that appearance is not important. Maybe Tobarama Senju is a good person at heart? More to myself than to anyone else, I said. Of course good. Your father would not have given you into the clutches of a monster. The mentor replied, pursing her lips and meticulously examining me. But I so dreamed of mutual, deep and passionate love, Ayan-san. Ayan gave me a sympathetic look. You will have everything, believe in it, girl. Never give up, she said sadly. Your heart will tell you the right path. Ayan may. I heard my father's voice outside the door. Get down. Everything is ready for departure. My father was never a man who loved goodbyes. So standing at the covered wagon, he simply hugged me and kissed me on the forehead. I'll be there in time for the wedding. Ayan will help you settle in. Everything will be fine, daughter. You are making a happy future for the clan, remember that. Yes, father, I nodded and climbed into the wagon with the mentor. The journey took about 3 days. Around noon on the 3rd day, our wagon entered the territory of the Senju clan. I looked out through a small window in the wagon. There was a lot of greenery around. A cool breeze was blowing. And here it's not at all like ours. I drawled. The sun is not so scorching. The air is fresh. You'll like it here, Ayan smiled. Hopefully, I sighed as I continued to scan the area. All people were busy. Someone was in a hurry somewhere. Children were running through the streets, laughing merrily. You can't even say that the enmity between the two great clans is barely ended, said the mentor. Do you know anything about it? Of course I know. The Senju have been at war with the Uchiha clan for a very long time. And recently, Hashirama-sama made peace with the head of the Uchiha. They say this man is a real devil. Just give him a war. So you're still lucky that you're marrying Tobarama-sama and not an Uchiha. Better for the Uchiha than this Tobarama. I muttered. What are you doing, Mei-sama? Ayan-san explained. I don't know why I was so stubborn. Maybe because I really couldn't do anything. From one thought that I would have to share a bed with a person, which I don't like from the word at all, it became creepy. This is how I am. If I don't like a person outwardly, even if he is at least 100 times good, I will never be able to love him. Ayan-san told me that when you fall in love with a person's soul, then appearance becomes unimportant. But for some reason, I couldn't believe her. Hashirama met us personally. Beside him stood a man with white hair and cold scarlet eyes. Ayan-san, Mei-sama. The man with long brown hair smiled. I am glad to welcome you to the territory of the Senju clan. The teacher imperceptibly hit me on the arm and whispered in my ear. Bow, this is the head of the clan. Hashirama-sama, Tobarama-sama. I bowed low in respect. At the same time, nasty goosebumps ran all over her body. And the bride is even more beautiful than they described to us. What do you say, Tobarama? And Hashirama nudged him with his shoulder. The albino gaze swept over me from head to toe. It became uncomfortable. Of course, I was not ugly chestnut, with a copper sheen, long hair, green eyes, neat features and short stature. In my opinion, I was quite ordinary. I want her portrait to be painted, Tobarama said after a short silence. Find the best artist. I want every little thing to be captured. Especially this look. You see, he liked you. Ayan-san whispered in my ear. Well, what good is this to me? I don't care how he treats me, as long as he's around less. The future looked bleaker every moment. Tobarama, you know, no one will write it better than him. Hashirama said somehow carefully. No, but they don't want to ask me. But as I was taught, I obediently remained silent, bowing my head slightly. What are they about? Tobarama's face darkened even more. Come on, you want a quality portrait, don't you? What if we call him? I'll pay well, he will definitely agree. Hashirama reasoned. Okay, only when I'm not around. The white-haired man snapped. So we decided. The head of the clan smiled. You are tired from a long journey. The room is already ready. Now I will ask you to prepare baths for you. Make yourself at home. Tomorrow I will show you our forests. They are simply magical. The wedding is in 4 days, so you'll have time to settle in. And you know, my friend and I decided to found a village. We will start construction soon. Hashirama chattered, escorting me and Ain to the door to our chambers. When the door closed behind him, I breathed a sigh of relief. I hope my future hubby isn't so talkative. I muttered more to myself. Let's go to the baths and clean you up from the road, Ain suggested. I liked the idea. I was really very tired and felt dirty. Hot baths came just in time. After the water procedures, I was exhausted and, having rejected the insistent persuasions of the mentor to rub the body and hair with oils, I went to bed. The morning greeted me with the rays of the sun running across my face, the singing of birds, and the warm breeze that blew through the half-open window of the room. Ain was gone. I stood up and put on my prepared yukata. Should I wait for her or go looking for her? But there was no need to decide, because Ain had already returned. Mei-sama, you are already up. Hashirama-sama told me to tell you that an artist will come in a couple of hours to paint your portrait. Okay, I said with a sigh. Let's go have breakfast, and then I'll help you get dressed and clean your hair. Ain put her arm around my shoulders and led me through the corridor to the room where everyone was eating. But now the table was empty. It made me happy, especially glad that Tobarama wasn't here. Ain placed plates of various foods on the table. The cook only comes here to cook food. She has already left, so everyone takes food on their own, the woman explained. Ain-san, do you know what kind of people from the Uchiha clan they are? I suddenly asked. Where do you get your thoughts about those red-eyed demons? It's just that I thought that I didn't know it all about my future neighbors. It was together with the head of the Uchiha Hashirama-sama that he made peace and decided to found a village? Then I should know. In time, you will find out for yourself, Ain snapped. And in fact, where did the curiosity wake up from? I don't even know. It just popped into my head. Well, Ain-san, tell me at least something. At least why are the red-eyed ones? Well, the mentor gave up. I don't know much. I only know that they all have a special eye technique called Sharingan. When they activate it, the eyes take on a red tint. Whoa, I drawled. How cool. Ain, have you ever seen them? Uchi? Never. And thank you, Cammy. Maybe that's why she's still alive. But you know what? I heard about their inherent traits. If you suddenly see such a thing, run, Ain said seriously. What are you so afraid of? I was surprised. Well, tell me. I'm very interested. The woman cleared her throat. In general, they say that they are all attractive in appearance, and the members of the main branch are generally devilishly beautiful. All have raven hair, and bottomless black pools instead of eyes. I giggled into my fist. You speak so beautifully, Ain-san, as if you are not afraid, but in love with one of them. Stop it, I'm just repeating what people say. But I did not hide how sad the mentor's green eyes grew. But if you think about it, I didn't know at all why Ain works as a servant instead of running her own home, and how she came to us. But I hoped that Ain would tell about it sometime. After breakfast, the teacher cleaned my hair, helped me put on a beautiful kimono embroidered with gold threads, and ordered me to put on jewelry. Then she took me to a spacious room, seated me on a chair, and told me to wait. Now I'm escorting this artist to you, she said before leaving. I wasn't nervous at all. I don't care how I look in this portrait if it's for Tobarama. Soon the door parted and Ain-san, pale as chalk, entered, and a tall figure in dark clothes appeared behind her. I'll probably leave you. And Ain hurried out. What is it with her? Good afternoon, Mei-sama. A male voice sounded almost emotionless. I was invited to paint your portrait. Please take a seat. Just now I looked at the speaker. While he arranged all the supplies for painting, I carefully examined him. Tall, pale skin, regular features, black hair, some strands of which fell over his face. Perhaps he can be called handsome. And black pools of eyes. Ain-san's words surfaced in her head. For some reason, I suddenly got nervous. But she still sat on the chair. Turn a little sideways, keep your head straight, the artist ordered. I obeyed, and he began to draw the first strokes. Looking at his hands, I understood perfectly well that drawing is just a hobby of this person. Yes, long and beautiful fingers, but they did not look tender, and calluses were visible on the palms. He's either a peasant or a shinobi. Flashed through his head. I was told that I should especially try to convey your special look. But I don't see anything special in your eyes, only indifference and sadness. Maybe I'll come tomorrow when you're in a better mood? Suddenly said the artist. I woke up from my thoughts. I didn't even notice how he was looking into my eyes. I don't think it makes sense, I replied evenly. I don't think that anything will change in the near future. Curiosity appeared in the black eyes of the artist. Are you worried about something? Are you that interested? I came here not because I was well paid, but because I love to draw. Draw beautiful things. But I don't want these Sunju to say that I'm a bad artist. If you share your concerns, I might be able to help. I'm really interested to see why your eyes are so hooked on this blonde bastard. Why are you talking about him like that? Do you know him? Unfortunately, yes. The corners of beautiful lips crept up ironically. So you will tell me? I sighed. I will most likely never see this person again. So why not share a heavy burden? You see, I don't want to marry Tobirama-sama. I don't want to be ready to marry anyone, just not for him. I would even marry you. Yes, even for Uchiha, my mentor said that they are at least beautiful. I covered my mouth with my hand, realizing what I just said. Talk, don't talk, May. The young man's lips curled into a devilish grin. Beautiful, you say? Well, I'm sorry, I can't marry you. But you know what? I can offer you help. I did not hear both the irony with which the artist spoke and the fact that he switched to, you? How can you help me? I have a wedding in 3 days. Unless you steal me right from under the nose of the groom, I replied skeptically. You say you'll follow anyone? I don't know what you think about the Uchiha, but I have a person in mind who will benefit from this, and you too. Why would you help me? I want to help my brother. Yes, and look at your vaunted look, the young man chuckled. Is this man your brother? But if they catch me or Tobirama searches, they will execute me. They don't get executed. My brother is quite an influential person, and they are childhood friends with the head of Senju. Is it true? I couldn't believe my ears. Won't I have to marry Tobirama? My brother is a busy man, so he's unlikely to look at you at all, but officially you will be his wife. Don't dig. Well, do you agree? Will your brother agree? Agree. The elders have been dripping on his brains for a long time. The guy waved. Elders? Who is your brother? I narrowed my eyes suspiciously. Head of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Madara. Everything that my mentor told me about this man popped up in my head at once. A cruel man who lived only for war. The teacher called him the devil. You said that at least for Uchiha, if only not for Tobirama. The artist reminded, by the way, I am Uchiha Izuna. Now the puzzle is in my head. Each of his sentences made sense, as did the pale Ain-san. But why is she so afraid of the Uchiha? And how did she know that this artist is from the Uchiha clan? Questions again. Agree? Basically, I have nothing to lose. If Izuna is telling the truth, does your brother look like you? I asked without a shadow of fear. Well, maybe to some extent. Izuna thought, don't worry, he won't hurt you. Besides, I'll be there too. You help us, we help you. But what about Ain-san? She would never agree to live in the Uchiha clan. Your maid? She was my mother. You can choose, Izuna said indifferently, to be with your mentor and be Tobirama's wife, or relative freedom. The heart will tell you the right path. The words of the mentor came to mind. The decision came easily. I'll answer the rest of the questions later. I agree. The Uchiha nodded. I'll come for you tomorrow night. Wait at the edge of the forest. Thank you, Izuna-san. I'm really very grateful. When you see your brother, you will be even more grateful. Izuna grinned. Almost all the girls of our clan dream of being in your place. It didn't matter. The main thing is that I will not become the wife of Senju Tobarama. Chapter 2 After writing a letter for my mentor, I left it on the table in the room reserved for us, and after telling Hashirama that I wanted to take a walk before going to bed, I quietly walked to the edge of the forest. I did not take my things with me so as not to arouse suspicion. At that moment, it could not even occur to me that I was endangering myself by walking alone in the evening and even close to the forest. My heart beat faster with excitement in front of the unknown. Will Izuna come? Will our plan fail? I mentally prayed to the gods that everything went well. The sun gradually set below the horizon, giving way to a gloomy twilight. Somewhere nearby, the chirping of cicadas could be heard. If Izuna doesn't show up now, they'll start looking for me, and they'll find me very quickly, because the territory of the Senju clan is not that big. Trying to become as inconspicuous as possible, I carefully, step by step, moved closer to the trees. Suddenly, someone sharply pulled my arm and dragged me behind a nearby tree. Surprised, I did not even have time to squeak. It's me, Izuna. They hissed in my ear. Come quickly after me. I turned around and met Izuna's intense gaze. You came. I breathed with relief, trying to calm the shaking in my knees. Like it or not, but it was too sudden and I was scared. Can you walk through trees? We need to get out of Senju territory as soon as possible. I shook my head. I wasn't trained in shinobi skills. Izuna clicked and then squatted down. What would you do for your brother? Keep your hands on your shoulders. I obediently walked over and grabbed Izuna's shoulders, feeling the hard muscles even through the clothes. Still, my first guess that he was a shinobi turned out to be correct. Izuna got up, and holding my hips, he landed on a tree branch in one sharp jump. I had never had to move like this before, so I tightened my grip on the Uchiha's shoulders. Izuna moved too fast. Everything swam before my eyes, and I closed my eyes. Plus, I was embarrassed. No man had ever touched me in such places before. But I understood that there was no other way out. It was all necessary for the cause. The excitement grew with every meter. Izuna-san, what did your brother say? Well, what? It was hard to find the right words. Madara is not a fool, mate, Izuna replied as he continued to rush forward. At first, of course, he rejected the idea. But like I said, my brother is well aware of this situation. He understands that sooner or later you will have to get married. What if he doesn't like me and he refuses? I got excited. He won't refuse. Izuna chuckled. I showed him my sketch. His words made her calmer. If the head of the Uchiha clan had an idea about me and didn't refuse, that's good. I wonder what he is. For some reason, he seemed to me a formidable warrior of about 40. How old is your brother? Why ask? Izuna's voice was chuckling. Are you afraid that I betrothed you to an old man? Do you care? It doesn't matter, I muttered. Just curious. 27. Izuna replied after a short pause. At 27 already the head of the clan? Although, in this era, and not surprising. The main thing is that he is not 40. And since when did such trifles begin to worry me? Come. Izuna jumped down. In front of me was a huge gate, on which the clan emblem was depicted. The gates were closed. Follow me, Izuna said and started forward. I struggled to keep up with him on my stiff legs. The two shinobi that stood on either side of the gate bowed to Izuna and opened the gate a little. Wooden houses stood inside, some of them hung with paper lanterns, dimly illuminating the entrance. It's pretty late now. Madara is probably having a meeting, so just greet him properly, and you can go to bed. I'll show you the room reserved for you. It should be ready by now. In the morning, Madara will send you an assistant for the first time. Why am I suddenly so flustered that I can't even utter a word? As I silently followed Izuna through the streets of the Uchiha clan, all I thought about was how not to fail this meeting and make a bad impression. How should I deal with him? Now it was important to me that Uchiha Madara did not change his mind. After all, in this venture, I was more the initiator, which is probably why I was so worried. Iron Sand's words flashed through his head. Devil in the flesh. Only give him war. Cruel, prudent, cold person. Is the head of the Uchiha clan really such a person? And I will be his wife. Come on, May. She made it all herself. Or maybe you want to go back and marry Tobirama. And what, in fact, did you not like Tobirama so much? No, he's just not my type. And Madara, then, in yours? You didn't even see him, May. Come in. Izuna's voice interrupted my internal dialogue with myself. It's too late to retreat. Izuna pushed open the door of a fairly large wooden house in front of me. Voices were heard somewhere in the far rooms. The conference should be over by now, follow me. Izuna ordered. I followed him down a long corridor until he stopped at a massive heavy door. Knocking, Izuna opened it slightly, and I was already starting to get nervous. I'm afraid of him? No, I don't think. I don't know. I brought May, brother. Let him come in, answered a pleasant, slightly hoarse low voice. Izuna pushed me forward. Come on, Madara won't eat you, he said with a chuckle. I timidly stepped over the threshold and immediately bowed deeply, not daring to raise my eyes, as required by etiquette. Madara-sama, I said. My name is May. If only the voice did not tremble. Having said this, I fell silent. All thoughts at once somewhere gone. Izuna chuckled from behind. I stood up straight, but my eyes stubbornly looked at the floor. I was afraid to look at him. Get a grip, May, otherwise he will definitely refuse you. Welcome to the Uchiha clan, Madara said in an indifferent tone. What clan are you from, May? From the Akiyama clan, Madara-sama. I belong to the main family. Samurai, then, said the head of the Uchiha thoughtfully. That's right, Madara-sama. But I don't wield a sword. Our women are not trained in the art of fighting. Madara was silent for a moment, then said, So you didn't like Tobirama? So much so that you gave up everything to become the wife of a man you know nothing about? A bold move, the Uchiha reasoned. But then his voice became hard. Raise your eyes. How can I started, but Madara abruptly cut my doubts off. Raise your eyes and look at me. Then the thought flashed through my mind that his face might be somehow ruined, since he is asking so insistently. Maybe he hopes that I will see him and change my mind? I slowly looked up. Since he wants me to watch, I will watch. The first thought that popped into my head when I saw his face was, how beautiful, gods, how beautiful he is. He seemed perfect to me. Tall, pale-skinned, carelessly disheveled blue-black hair falling over his face, a straight nose, a beautifully defined line of lips, and his eyes. His eyes resembled two black abysses. They attracted, calling to drown in them and never return. His gaze was hypnotic, betraying a leader in him. The teacher was right. Devilishly handsome. Well, how do you like it? The corners of his lips turned up. Better than Tobirama, in your opinion? Or will you run away again? Madara asked ironically. Well, he knows he's handsome. Still mocking? I won't run away. I looked defiantly into black eyes. There was a chuckle from Izuna, who was standing somewhere to the side, against the wall. In that case, let's start preparations, Madara said indifferently. I'll take care of the formalities myself. I will notify the council and the elders tomorrow. Everything will take a few days. I don't see the point in delaying it. The head Uchiha looked at me with a heavy look. Now you can go. And don't think about anything. In the Uchiha clan, you are under my protection. I'll write to Hashirama myself. I bowed and walk out after Izuna. You see, he said, my brother is not at all what they say about him. Times are like this now. Madara is just protecting his clan. Well, yes, 10 minutes at his table made me understand. A lot. I thought to myself, are you now inflating the price of your brother, Izuna-san? It's possible without the san. The Uchiha through. We'll soon become kindred after all. I nodded. I don't care. At this point, we have come to a small sliding door. This room is yours before the wedding. Make yourself comfortable, Izuna said. Just before the wedding? It's up to Madara to decide. The corners of his lips lifted slightly. I entered a small room. Here everything was covered with carpets. A futon lay on the floor. In the next corner stood a small round table on which a candle burned. There was a wooden chair nearby. The room was quite comfortable. Undressing without assistance was inconvenient. This lesson took me much longer than usual. As soon as my head touched the pillow, sleep overtook me. I woke up from a knock on the door. Rising from the futon, I gave permission to enter. A young girl entered the room, bowed and said, I was asked to be your assistant. My name is Sakura. I don't need to bow like that, I said. I'm still a guest here. The girl straightened up and looked at me with her green eyes. But you are the future wife of our head, she said in surprise. When I lived in the desert, I also had an assistant and mentor. But there was something more between us than official relations. That's why. I glanced over at the girl. She was dressed practical and comfortable. No kimono or yukata, which was usually worn by servants. The body was toned, and in the eyes there was not a drop of humility. And then a thought came to my mind. Tell me, Sakura. I turned to her. Why are you working as a servant in the head's house? Oh no. Sakura smiled softly. I'm not a servant here. Izuna asked me to help you settle in. Ahem, san. I work in a hospital. If so, then all the more I don't need to bow. I smiled. I liked the girl. She had an honest, open look. She was trustworthy. I don't have anyone here at all. We are probably the same age. Therefore, if we become friends, I will be very glad. I finished my thought. The girl smiled back, nodding. She walked over and placed a small bundle on the table. And then I noticed another feature. Sakura's appearance was completely atypical for an Uchiha. Yes, she was pale-skinned, but green eyes and pink hair. Sakura, can I ask you a question? Yes, ask. She nodded. You don't have the Uchiha crest on your clothes. Ah, this? Sakura smiled sadly. I also always ask this question to my aunt. I was raised by my father's sister. In general, my mother was not an Uchiha, but my father was from here. The clan didn't accept my mother, and after my father died, they kicked her out and took me away. They didn't give me the clan's last name, and they didn't let me wear its symbol on my clothes. Why did they take you? I explained in bewilderment. That was the order of Taijima-sama, the father of Izuna and Madara-sama. I don't know what for. Sakura was silent for a moment, and then pointed to the bundle. I brought more comfortable clothes. You can change. I'll wait outside. Okay, only Sakura. When you refer to me as you, I feel a little embarrassed. I understood. To be honest, no one really wants to be friends with me either. These Uchihas are so mischievous. When Izuna-sama informed me that another non-Uchiha appeared in the clan and asked me to be an assistant, he probably also wanted us to become friends. Are you close to Izuna? Sakura's cheeks flushed. No, we're just friends. Sakura didn't seem to ask herself such questions. I smiled, deciding not to embarrass the girl, and unfolded the package. There was something like a sundress with a slit in front, dark blue knee-length trousers, and high boots. These clothes are practical and comfortable, Sakura said. They only wear kimonos here on formal occasions. By the way, speaking of formal occasions, now there is a council about your wedding. Do you want to listen? From the kitchen, everything is always perfectly audible. I quickly took off my yukata and pulled on the clothes Sakura had brought. Indeed, it is much more convenient. But I've never worn this before. I think she's too open, I said, embarrassed. Everyone here walks like that. No one will even pay attention to you. Now, if you walk around in a chic kimono, then yes. Okay then. Speaking of kimonos, today the dressmaker will come to dinner and take measurements for the wedding kimono. Let's go. Sakura opened the door and the sun hit her face. They walked to the kitchen in silence. As it turned out, the kitchen was located on the other side of the head's office, and it was really a little heard what they were talking about. Madara-sama. I heard an indignant male voice. There are so many beautiful girls in the Uchiha clan that they are ready to marry you even today. And you suddenly decided to marry some rootless girl? We won't have pure-blooded heirs. I agree, another voice said. For example, my daughter, Yuki, is a worthy representative of the Uchiha. Why don't you marry her? There was a thud on the table. Madara-sama! What are you? What is Azuna-sama? Always straighten up. How did she even get here? Your father wouldn't let you behave like that. Senju has received a message that this is Senju's fiancée Tobarama. Again be war. What connects you with her? Are you in love with this girl? I already told you that I will either choose the bride myself, or I won't marry at all, Madara said wearily. Well, choose her from the girls of your clan, Madara-sama. Why do you need this useless woman? She's not even trained in shinobi skills. That's right, and you won't give birth to strong heirs. The girl's father arrived at the Senju clan this morning. They have a deal. Tobarama demands an explanation in front of both parties. They will meet. The Uchiha replied dispassionately. I covered my mouth with my hand. Sakura looked at me with wide eyes. So you ran away from Senju? I'll explain everything. Sakura looked at me expectantly. I really am Tobarama's bride. I sighed. But I really didn't want to marry him. You see, my father decided everything for me. That's how it is in our clan. It so happened that I met Azuna, and he offered me salvation. Madara-sama doesn't want to marry the girl that the elders want to put on him, so Azuna-kun offered me a mutually beneficial deal. But how did you know that you would like Madara-sama more? Sakura asked, dumbfounded. I didn't know. My mentor said that all Uchiha have a nice appearance, especially the main family. Besides, I saw Azuna, and Madara-sama is his brother. Yes, Sakura chuckled. They may be beautiful, but they have a bad character. Sakura, what am I going to tell my father, Tobarama-sama and Hashirama-sama? Sakura looked thoughtful and then said, Everything will work out. She patted me on the back reassuringly. Madara-sama is not one of those who deviate from his plans so easily. And since he accepted the terms of the game, you can be sure that he will win this game. I didn't know anything about Uchiha Madara. But since Sakura says so, she probably knows better. After drinking delicious green tea, we left the house. There's still time before dinner. If you don't mind, I'll show the domain of our clan. Let's go in and eat fried squid. Take a walk, Sakura suggested. Yes, I would love to, I agreed. The territory of the clan represented one central street, from which several branches departed. I noticed that the children are almost invisible. Right. There are very few of them in the clan, Sakura explained. During the war, people are not up to love. No one wants to give birth to children at such a time. But I hope that now everything will be different, the girl said hopefully. Hey! A black-haired girl appeared in front of me. It was you who stole my Madara from me. She stared at me with angry eyes, ready to grab my throat at any second. I looked at the stranger in bewilderment. What does she say? Yours. Sakura raised her pink eyebrow. Yuki, you should go about your business. Madara-sama was never involved with you, Take off your rose-colored glasses and marry Takumi." The girl was ready to explode with anger. Her black eyes changed color to red. "I'll fix it for you," she hissed. "And let Madara-sama punish me, but you both will now get." "Come on." Sakura waved it off. "It won't change anything. I was supposed to be the head's wife." With these words, Yuki waved her palms sparkling with chakra. Of course, I didn't know the art of shinobi, didn't know the techniques, didn't own taijutsu, but I grew up in a samurai family. Since childhood, I have learned to calculate moves a few steps ahead. After waiting for Yuki's hand to get as close as possible, I simply stepped aside. The surprise effect? Yuki flew forward, which angered her even more. "I'll paint your face in such a way that Madara-sama will never want to see you as his wife." "Yuki, don't you have a lot of work to do?" "In that case, I'll be happy to find her for you." A familiar voice sounded nearby. "Hikari-san needs help in the kitchen. Go wash the boilers." Yuki's eyes flashed angrily, but immediately bowed and spoke. "Yes, Izuna-sama." She walked past, pushing me with her shoulder. "I feel that this is not our last meeting." "Izuna-kun." Sakura lowered her gaze. I bowed my head slightly in greeting. "I'm in a bit of a hurry," the Uchiha said. "Don't mind Yuki-me. She's always like that." "See you." Izuna left as quickly as he appeared. "And that's right," Sakura grabbed my arm. "Let's go eat squid better." The time before lunch flew by. I told Sakura about my clan, and she talked about the clan she considered hers. To all my questions regarding Izuna, the girl lowered her gaze and changed the topic. I was getting curious. But then it was time to return. The dressmaker came and took measurements, promising that the kimono would be simply amazing. In the evening, when Sakura went to the hospital, some old woman appeared in the room and ordered to follow her. When she opened the doors for me, my eyes widened involuntarily. I wasn't ready for this. Madara was sitting at the massive table. Izuna was standing next to him. And on the chairs that were located on the sides of the room were Head Senju, his brother, and my father. Chapter 3 Commentary on Chapter 3. Here is the continuation. I am very pleased to read your feedback, because feedback is very important for the author. This, like nothing else, inspires me to write a sequel as soon as possible. My father looked at me menacingly. "You were called in order to hear firsthand that I didn't kidnap you," Madara said seriously. I moved closer to the table. "That's right," I answered cautiously. Addressing those present, "I am here of my own free will." "But how is it, May? You're violating the terms of our treaty with the Senju clan," exclaimed the father. My heart was pounding like crazy. How can I explain all this? After all, I won't say that I don't want Tobirama because I didn't like him. This is a stupid excuse that will offend his male pride. I glanced at Madara for a moment. He calmly sat at his desk and also looked at me inquiringly. What? Is he kidding? I'll just be returned to the Senju clan now. I will explain everything, Father, Hashirama-sama, I said softly, so as not to give out a tremor in my voice. Have a hard time, said the father reproachfully. I love Madara-sama, I said without thinking of anything better. The faces of those present stretched, and Hashirama's eyes became larger than a 50-yen coin. When could you fall in love with him, daughter, if you had never seen each other before? The father narrowed his eyes suspiciously. Well, I looked pleadingly at the Uchiha. It's my fault, Izuna suddenly said. When I came to draw Mei-san's portrait, a drawing accidentally fell out of my folder. It was still a sketch, but I wanted to draw my brother. Mei-san saw him. I saw this drawing, Father. I picked it up, then my heart sank. As soon as I saw him, I realized that he was destined for me by fate. I insisted that Izuna-san introduce me to his brother. And what? Hashirama said. Madara, Did you immediately kindle feelings for this girl? I don't believe it, he snorted. What if it is? The corners of the head Uchiha's lips mockingly crept up. She's lying, Hashirama, Tobirama said. Look, her eyes are cold as ice. I'm not lying, I said calmly. Please, father, let me follow my heart. Oh, Fox. The father shook his head. But then, the contract will have to be terminated. We will only lose the newfound hope for a happy life. What kind of contract? Madara turned to his father. The agreement was, Madara-sama, that Senju was promised to help my little clan repel the raids of neighboring clans. In return, I gave them the most precious thing, my daughter. I think that the Uchiha will be able to provide you with no worse protection. Madara took a piece of paper that was lying on the table and began to write something on it. Consider this a wedding gift, he chuckled. I'll kill you, Uchiha. You stole my woman, Tobirama hissed as he jumped up. But Hashirama raised his palm up, urging his brother to stop. I will not break the alliance that was so hard for us because of a woman, brother. I don't believe a single word they say, Tobirama continued. To believe or not to believe is up to you. But they say so. We cannot insist. Akiyama-sama, our clan is not your enemy, but the contract is forced to terminate. Madara handed the paper to his father. If you are satisfied with the conditions, you can sign. The father carefully ran his eyes over the sheet, then, taking a brush, put his signature. May, I only give my consent because Madara-sama generously agreed to support our clan. I bowed my head in gratitude. Now I was little interested in why, and who agrees to my marriage with the Uchiha. The main thing is that they will not return me, and they will not give me out for Tobirama. When those present left, and I was left alone in the office, Madara said, You play very convincingly. The heart sank, destined by fate, he said mockingly. You didn't even help me. They could have brought me back, I answered with annoyance. I was ready to accept the terms of your game, the man said thoughtfully. It's not my fault that you couldn't come up with anything, so they would come up with it themselves. I couldn't help it, throwing an angry look at the Uchiha. Undoubtedly, Madara smiled mockingly, but my caring brother got ahead of me. Tomorrow you have a free day. I scheduled the ceremony for the day after tomorrow. You can go. As you say, I snorted, turning on my heels without even bowing. The Uchiha laughed from behind. Half the night, I could not sleep, thinking about what had happened. The father signed the contract. I don't think Senju will be left that easy. Even if Hashirama said that he would not allow a war to happen, Tobirama was clearly in a different mood. But the main thing is that my clan will not be left without protection. This was the most important. Since Madara himself proposed this treaty, it means that he is not indifferent to this situation. He, like me, this marriage at hand. Tomorrow is another day, the last day of my relative freedom, and then? And what will happen next? With these thoughts, I fell asleep. In the morning, Sakura woke me up again. You should stop snoozing for so long, she muttered. What's happened? I mumbled sleepily. I came to find out how everything went. I heard that Senju people came here yesterday. Yeah, and my father. I faked a skeptical smile. And what is the result? Come on, tell me. The girl folded her palms in a prayerful gesture. Madara-sama and her father made a new pact. Sakura was silent for a minute, and then clapped her hands. I told you could convince them. My heart almost jumped out of my chest. Uzumaki saved the day, and I just picked up his idea. Sakura smiled broadly. When is the wedding? She asked. For tomorrow. Oh, it seems they decided not to wait. Well, that's for the best. And why is that? It's simple. And the Senju will calm down, and the elders of the Uchiha. After all, nothing will change. For some reason, I don't think they'll calm down. We will solve problems as they come, Sakura said firmly. Now get dressed. Let's go for a walk. I pulled on my clothes and Sakura and I went outside. Today was sunny, warm weather. The warm breeze tickled my skin. I'm not used to this weather yet. I was more accustomed to the scorching sun of the desert. Well, tell me, how do you like Madara-sama? Sakura asked, interrupting the flow of my thoughts. Do you like it? Well, I lowered my eyes. I really like him, but that doesn't mean anything. I added hastily so that Sakura didn't have time to think of anything. You are right, the girl replied, because you fall in love with the soul. In fact, all these Uchihas are terribly stubborn and harmful. But you like Uzumaki despite being stubborn and mischievous? Do not hide from me. I can see in your eyes that you like it. Sakura immediately dropped her gaze to the ground. I like it, she suddenly uttered somehow sadly. But I can't tell him. He considers me just a friend, and he will never be allowed to marry someone like me. Don't give up. I will try to help you. And Izuna himself is not just an ordinary shinobi in the clan. If he likes you as a girl, everything will be fine. And you? Are you not worried? Your wedding is already tomorrow. I would be terribly worried. It's an arranged marriage, Sakura. Even if I chose the groom myself, I do not worry. But how? Sakura was surprised. And what about the wedding night? Isn't it scary to give yourself to a stranger? No, I said thoughtfully. In fact, I was afraid of this moment. But I hoped that Izuna would be right, and Madara would not be up to me at all. I hoped that this marriage was just a formality for Madara. I'm surprised at you, Mei. Sakura shook her head. You're so strong. I couldn't do that. I could only smile at her. It's nothing you can do. But in my heart, I had the hope that my life would be happy. She can't always be unhappy. Toward evening, when Sakura and I, after eating delicious squid noodles and going around the entire Uchiha territory, were returning home, I decided to ask. Sakura, you didn't participate in clan battles? No, I'm a medical ninja. I was almost always in the clan and helped the wounded. Madara-sama highly appreciates my abilities. The girl smiled shyly. We don't have many good doctors, so no one wants to take risks. There you are? I heard a voice and looked ahead. I've been looking for Yume-sama for an hour now. The same old woman who had brought me to the Uchiha's office the day before said skeptically. This is the teacher of Izuna and Madara-sama. Sakura whispered in my ear. Her name is Eiko. She is very mischievous and old. Be gentle with her. It's already time to go to the baths to prepare for the wedding. All the servants have been waiting for you for a long time. The old woman muttered. I'm sorry, Eiko-sama. I bowed politely and waved to Sakura as I followed the old woman. On the way, Eiko kept mumbling about good wives and lots of kids. You must become a good wife for my boy, she grumbled, and give birth to many heirs. You should be grateful that Madara-sama is marrying someone like you. Then I just didn't listen. What did she think? What does? Just like you. Mean? In the baths, they poured all sorts of herbal decoctions on me for a long time, and then rubbed my skin and hair with odorous oils. Eiko-sama kept saying that I should please the Uchiha all night, which made it all the more scary. What if he demands a marital debt from me? Now go and sleep well. Your wedding kimono will be brought tomorrow morning, Eiko said. I silently went to my room. And yet, all these oils and herbs did their job, and I fell asleep soundly. The next morning, Sakura entered the room and began to wake me up. Sakura? What are you doing here? All the servants are busy, so I brought your kimono. I got up from the futon and Sakura unfolded the kimono in front of me. Kami, what a beauty! I exclaimed. The kimono was just amazing. It itself was soft pink, but something like a cape and a flying, almost transparent fabric, painted with sakura branches and petals, were put on top. Pale pink faded into red at the ends of the long sleeves, as did the bottom. Silvery threads flowed in bizarre patterns, turning into large flowers that resembled fireworks. I agree. It's a pity to even wear such a thing. It must be terribly expensive. I also want this for my wedding, Sakura said dreamily. You'll be even better, I smiled. Izuna-kun will take care of it. Don't embarrass me, Mei. Come on, I'll help you put it on. As Sakura inserted the last pin into my hair, Eiko entered the room. Everything is ready, she croaked. Time to start the ceremony. The heart involuntarily accelerated its rhythm. When we went outside, I saw long tables laden with various foods. Trees were decorated with ribbons and lanterns. Servants were busy everywhere. It was already full of people. All the people of the clan gathered to congratulate their leader. Then I saw my father and brother. My father immediately came up to me. He looked me up and down, and then took my hands. You are magnificent, daughter, he said. May this marriage bring you much happiness. Thank you, father. I bowed slightly. My brother unceremoniously grabbed my shoulders. Be happy, little sister, he said. Write to me more often. I will miss you. Hush, Ren, remember the kimono. I carefully unhooked my brother's hands. I will definitely become happy and will come to visit. I smiled. By the way, Ren handed me a piece of paper. Ayen-sen told me to give it to you. I unfolded the letter. Mei dear, with all my heart, I want to congratulate you on one of the most important days in your life. I sincerely believe that everything in life is not so simple, and I am sure that all this happens to you so that you are happy. Believe in it and you. Unfortunately, coming to the Uchiha clan was beyond my powers. Forgive me. Someday I'll tell you everything. And now, be careful with these people, and be sure to become happy. Ayen-san. I silently returned the letter to my brother. Shouts were heard from the crowd. I turned around and saw him. Dressed in a formal navy blue robe with Uchiha symbols embossed on the sleeves, Madara looked stern and majestic. A faint smile played on his lips. Now let's go to the temple, my father said, and led me to the Uchiha. I stood beside him, and amid the hubbub and exclamations of the crowd, we walked to a small temple on the outskirts of the clan's territory. Next to the walking Madara, I felt so small and defenseless, which only added to the excitement. An old monk who served in the temple met us and offered to sit in front of a low table. Uchiha Madara. The monk addressed the groom. And Akiyama Mei, is your decision to marry mutual? Yes, I said shortly. Madara nodded. Then the monk blessed the marriage and handed us a bowl of sake. There were 3 bowls in total. Each had to take a sip. This ritual will make your family strong and happy. After the ritual was performed, the monk said, In that case, I inform the gods of your decision, and from this day forward you are officially considered husband and wife. After the official ceremonies, there was a big banquet. Everyone took turns coming up to us and gave gifts. Everyone congratulated their head, and only slightly nodded their heads at me. I spent the rest of the day near Madara accepting congratulations. Congratulations, Izuna said as he approached, when I finally managed to get a free moment. Now you officially belong to the Uchiha clan and bear this surname. Wear it with pride. It was already dark outside, paper lanterns were shining everywhere, and the guests began to disperse little by little. Thank you, Izuna-kun. Are you worried? He smiled. Yes, I admitted. Do you want me to keep him busy all night? The guy suddenly asked. Thank you, but it's not worth it. If not today, then tomorrow. As you say. Izuna looked at me seriously. You know, Izuna didn't finish as Eiko arrived. Time to see the young ones off, she said with a sly grin. What already? So soon, I said in a barely audible voice. Eiko grabbed my arm and led me towards the crowd of people who were standing near the path that was strewn with rose petals. Madara was right there. I will definitely demand proof of this night, the old woman muttered. If you turn out to be spoiled, I will flog myself personally and then throw it into the forest. Well, what a nasty old woman. I just sighed tiredly, deciding not to answer. As we approached the crowd, Madara took my hand and, to my great surprise, smiled reassuringly. To the screams and whistles of the crowd, we walked along the path of roses to the house of the main Uchiha family. As soon as the door to the bedroom slammed shut, I instinctively moved away deeper. The Uchiha looked at me curiously. My heart suddenly began to beat a drum roll. It became scary. Madara walked over to the large white-sheeted bed and sat down wearily on its edge. Now he was not the same as I saw him in the office, imperturbable, cold and strict. Now he seemed like a normal person. "Will you dance for me?" A low, hoarse voice broke the ringing silence. "How do you know?" "I learned everything I needed to know about your clan." "So will you dance?" "Katana dance. Your father said he was very handsome." I dare not refuse, I replied. Then Madara unfastened a beautiful katana from his belt and handed it to me. I didn't even notice that he had been carrying it with him all this time. Taking up arms, I was a little embarrassed. Of course, I was taught both dancing and singing, but I never danced in front of anyone except my father and mentor. But the expectant gaze of black eyes seemed to burn a hole in me. Humming the melody softly, I began to perform the dance moves. I tried to make them not seem mechanical, memorized. I tried to make every stroke of my hand smooth. But the excitement must have taken its toll. Madara caught my hand as I circled past the bed, and peering deeply into my eyes, he pulled me down, forcing me to sit next to him. "Sorry," I said, breathing heavily. "I'll dance better next time." Madara began to approach without answering. Black eyes stared into mine. Feeling his breath on my skin, I involuntarily closed my eyes. So this moment has come. But Madara just covered my palm with his, and gently took the katana that I was still clutching in my hand. I opened my eyes in surprise, and watched intently as the Uchiha took off his cloak, and then sharply ran the katana across the inside of his forearm. Dark blood dripped onto the white sheet. "What are you doing, Madara-sama?" I instinctively grabbed the towel that was lying on the bedside table and pressed it to his hand. Madara winced slightly. "Eiko will surely demand proof," he replied in a low voice. My eyes widened. "So you won't," I said. "Do you want?" The Uchiha's lips lifted into a smirk. I shook my head. I have never taken women against their will, and I won't do it again. For this, I have concubines. Madara looked seriously into my eyes. "I will not touch you until you yourself want to." After these words, I suddenly wanted to burst into tears. But I shouldn't. Thank you," I whispered in a barely audible voice. Madara silently got up, put on his haori again, gathered up the sheet in an armful, and silently left, closing the door. I exhaled in relief. He is not a monster at all, as they say. He may be cruel in battle, but as a person he is not at all like that. Behind the door, joyful exclamations of those who remained to wait until the last were heard. "Until you yourself want to," surfaced his words in my head. I never. Chapter 4 It's been a few weeks since I got married. Uchiha Madara kept his word. He did not make any attempts to somehow get closer to me. For this, I was grateful to him. My room remained mine, only sometimes I had to specially come and linger in Madara's bedroom, so that the elders and old Eiko did not find out that there was nothing between us. During this time, two important events took place. First, Madara formed 2 squads, which, changing every week, helped protect my clan from ill-wishers. The second, the construction of the village, which was given the name Konoha, began. The Uchiha and Senju were learning to coexist together, but I still didn't dare to step into that common territory. What have I been doing all this time? She suffered from idleness. Sakura spent long periods of time in the hospital, and I tried everything from cross-stitching to washing floors. Yes, I even did that. In my clan, I studied almost all day, so when there was no more study, I did not know what to do with myself. "Sakura, I'm dying of boredom, I complained when Sakura finally came to see me one evening. We haven't seen her since my wedding day because the hospital got busy and Sakura had to work late. Finally, you have come. I warmly hugged my friend and poured her hot tea, which I had just brewed myself. Well, tell me, how are you doing here? Sakura's eyes sparkled. How are you? Well, with Madara-sama. Tell everything. Yes, in general, everything is in order. How was the first night? Sakura couldn't resist. Oh, that's what you mean. I smiled. I was afraid in vain. Madara-sama said that he doesn't take women without their consent. And you know, he still keeps his word. Yeah? Sakura was surprised. Although he must have a lot of women, why would he rape you? She added, taking a sip from the mug. There is only one, but... Sakura, I don't know what to do here at all. I'm just going crazy with boredom. Well, the pink-haired woman thought, if you want, you can help me in the hospital. But I don't know medical technicians. I hesitated. It's not obligatory. You can give medicinal decoctions to drink, make dressings, help with cleaning, and much more. There is always work in the hospital. No way, I heard a male voice. Turning around, I saw Azuna leaning against the door frame. Strange, I didn't even notice him enter. Why, Azuna-kun? We said almost in unison. It wasn't enough for the head Uchiha's wife to work at the hospital. Izuna snorted. But what should I do, Izuna-kun? I threw up my hands. I can ask Madara-sama, maybe he won't mind. I'm pretty sure there will be, Izuna said. When is he coming back? Sakura asked. May, and I will go to him together and ask. You should have already, Izuna said thoughtfully. Why did he even go there? Sakura was surprised. He said that he should personally supervise the work of the detachment, at least occasionally. What if they attack? I was worried. My clan could be attacked at any moment. He will have to join the battle. Are you worried about your husband, May? Izuna raised a thin eyebrow. Don't underestimate him. I know, I muttered, averting my eyes. Suddenly, behind the door along the corridor, a quick clatter of feet was heard, as if someone had passed very quickly, almost ran. What's happened? I got up from the table. Izuna opened the door, and we heard old Eiko wailing. Where does your useless wife go, Madara-sama? Now it is her duty, she lamented. How useless she is, Madara-sama. She can't even give birth to an heir to you. She still hasn't become pregnant, has she? I told you. Take Yuki at least as a concubine, and you will see that she will give birth to your son faster than this outlander. Then Eiko's voice took on a pitiful tone. Oh, how are you, Madara-sama? Always worry about others more than about yourself. I'll go look for Sakura-chan. She'll heal it quickly. Now wait here for Madara to say something in response to his mentor. No one heard. There was the sound of a door closing. I'll probably go help, Sakura said. Otherwise Eiko will start running all over the hospital. I'm with you, I said. Otherwise the old woman will drive me crazy tomorrow morning. Izuna's face showed that he was amused by the whole situation. Following Sakura, I timidly entered Madara's room. What I saw surprised me. There was a rather deep incised wound along the right arm, which the Uchiha tried to clamp with his hand. Blood seeped through his fingers. Seeing us, Madara did not react in any way. Madara-sama, Sakura bowed slightly. May I have a look? The Uchiha nodded silently. Sakura quickly began to heal. I was fascinated by the greenish glow of Sakura's medical equipment, watched the blood stop before her eyes, watched her friend's concentrated face, watched the wound heal before her eyes. She then glanced at Izuna, who had also come to see if everything was okay. He was looking at Sakura, not at his brother. Well, that's it. Sakura removed her palms. It's late, I have to go. Rest, Madara-sama, you've lost a lot of blood. I'll see you off, Izuna replied immediately. Sakura nodded embarrassedly and walked out after the younger Uchiha, waving at me. I took a few hesitant steps towards Madara. The hand, although healed, was still covered in blood. How could this happen? I said in bewilderment. If you are injured, then something terrible must have happened? Madara shook his head wearily. Everything is fine. Life is a very valuable thing, and if I can save someone's life, I will do it. Don't think I can only kill, May. I only kill enemies. I sighed and sat down next to the small water container that was on the floor. It must have been brought by Eiko. I took a piece of cloth that was floating there and wring it out. Carefully, as if afraid he wouldn't like it, I began to wipe the blood from my arm. And only now I noticed that Madara was only in his pants. There was no top. I tried to hide my embarrassment behind the conversation. I hope you don't mind if I help you a little. Eiko-sama keeps saying that I'm useless. Madara-sama, if it goes on like this, will there be problems? In this clan, I'm the only one who gets in trouble, May. The Uchiha replied calmly. Then, can you let me help Sakura in the hospital? I have absolutely nothing to do here, and I'm really starting to feel useless. Izuna-kun said that you would be against it, but I decided to ask anyway. Madara was silent. I decided that he simply would not answer when I heard his hoarse voice. A new hospital is being built in Konoha. It will be for everyone, not just the Uchiha clan. Tell me, May, would you like to learn how to use chakra? When a person has chakra, it's just stupid not to use it. Didn't you ever want to be stronger? Madara looked straight into my eyes. I wanted to, Madara-sama, I answered seriously. But in our clan, it is not customary to train girls. Strange arrangements, he snapped. But now you can. If you want to help in the hospital, I'll let you. But I want you to be known as a good doctor, not just a helper. What do you say? I want to, but there's a Senju. I looked away from the piercing black eyes. What's the matter? Why are you afraid of meeting one of them? Madara asked sternly. Are you ashamed? Do you regret your rash act? Not at all, I replied hastily, tossing my head. Tell me, May. Madara's voice softened. What difference did it make to you to marry the unloved Tobirama or run here and marry another stranger? I only smiled at the corners of my lips, but I knew he would notice. I don't know why this person Tobirama Senju is pushing me away. And you're right, Madara-sama. It doesn't make any difference. It was one of those decisions that are made spontaneously, based only on feelings at the moment. But when I realized that maybe I had only made it worse, I could no longer step back. That's the kind of person I am, Madara-sama. I've only heard what people say about you. Cruel man, cold-blooded killer, cold. And what? Madara interrupted. Even knowing all this, you still married me. I shook my head as if denying his words. But you are not like that, Madara-sama. It may sound stupid to you, but I can see that your heart is not at all evil. You treated me kindly, protecting my clan. This is very valuable to me. And even if you hadn't acted so noble that night, I was willing to pay the price. I dipped the bloodied rag into a basin of cold water. Madara looked thoughtful. It's already late. I'll go to rest, and you can rest too. I got up, grabbed the water, and without saying anything else, went out the door. I was walking along the Ingoa to throw out the water in the street when I noticed two silhouettes a little further away from the house, at the gate. Coming closer, I saw that it was a girl and a guy. I went down the stairs and poured water on the grass. The sun had long since set, and night had fallen on the earth. I was about to go back when I heard a familiar girl's voice. Izuna-kun. The girl said in Sakura's voice. I involuntarily stopped. I was wondering why they were here since Izuna had gone to see Sakura home. The territory of the main house was lit by several paper lanterns, so when my eyes got used to the darkness, I clearly saw that it was really them. Sakura stood in front of Izuna and looked up at him before turning around and walking away. Everything happened very quickly. Izuna caught the girl's arm and pulled her sharply towards him. Sakura rested her hands on Uchiha's chest, and Izuna's hands cupped her face. A few more seconds later, Izuna touched his lips to Sakura's forehead and then kissed her on the lips. I almost dropped the empty bowl, but at the last moment I held it. Watching Sakura's fingers tangle in Izuna's hair as she rose up on her toes and kissed him back, I even forgot to breathe. Involuntarily putting my fingers to my lips, I thought that Sakura must be very happy. I've never experienced anything like this. I wonder what it's like to kiss a man. But realizing that I was peeping, I hurriedly went inside. There I went into the kitchen and poured myself a glass of tea. After drinking it in one gulp, I went to my room. Everything swam before my eyes. What happened with me? I suddenly felt dizzy and, unable to resist, I fell to the wooden floor. In vain trying to focus my vision, I tried to grab onto the railing of the Ingawa, but my hands could not find support. Then I felt myself losing consciousness. I did not even have time to call someone for help, as everything went dark before my eyes. When I came to my senses, the first thing I saw was Sakura's face leaning over me. In the whole body, there was a strong weakness, a little sick. Sakura. At first, I didn't recognize the hoarse, barely audible voice, but then it turned out that it belonged to me. May thank the gods. Sakura looked up at the sky. If you hadn't woken up, Madara-sama would have impaled me. Taking a glass of water from the table, she brought it to my lips, slightly raising my head. Here, drink, she said. I greedily drank all the water and then looked around. I was in my room on the bed. The door was open, and greenery and bright sun were visible. Sakura, what happened? I asked. You didn't wake up for 3 days, May. Sakura sat next to me on the edge of the bed. Izuna found you lying on the floor and immediately called me. Luckily, I was not far. May, you were poisoned, she said carefully. The tea was poisoned. But who could do it? I said incomprehensibly. Madara-sama found the culprit. Yuki did it. Sakura moved her thin eyebrows on the bridge of her nose. The poison should have killed you within 40 minutes. But we found you in time. Everything worked out. Is that so? I knew it would be hard, I whispered. I'll kill that bastard, Sakura hissed. A silhouette appeared at the door. Leave us, Madara said. Sakura silently stood up and gave me a reassuring smile before leaving. Madara sat down at the seat where Sakura was sitting. How are you feeling? Relatively good, I replied, looking into his face. Then the kiss of Sakura and Izuna came to mind, and my gaze automatically rested on Madara's lips. Just for a second. Yuki will be punished, Madara said, interrupting my thoughts. She will be executed. And you are lucky. If Izuna hadn't found you, you would be dead. So this is the will of the gods, I smiled. Madara chuckled. Do you always rely on your gods? He asked mockingly. I believe in fate, Madara-sama, I replied with the same smile. I remained alive by coincidence, which means that such is fate. Please don't kill her, I begged. Are you out of your mind, May? You almost gave your soul to your gods, and you asked to spare the killer? Madara's voice took on a note of surprise and anger. But I'm alive, Madara-sama. I don't want anyone to die because of me. Punish her differently, she's just a victim. Victim? Madara's eyes widened in amazement. What sacrifice, May? What are you carrying? Victim of unrequited love. Yuki is going crazy in love with you, Madara-sama. Love? To me? Madara asked. Now he looked confused, and it made me smile. For some reason, I suddenly wanted to take his hand, but I did not. Appearances are deceptive. You've never been in love, have you, Madara-sama? I asked softly. I never thought about it, he snapped. And you, May? What do you know about this feeling? The voice took on a mocking tone again. He seemed to be telling me that I had no right to talk about love without knowing anything about it. Alas, Madara-sama, I am not familiar with the throwing of a heart in love, I replied with the same slight smile. Why? You didn't spend months at war protecting your clan. It's usually girls your age who fall in love. He chuckled. The conversation was getting awkward. I felt embarrassed to discuss it with him. I was just waiting for the one from the look of which everything inside would burn, at the thought of which the heart would beat faster. And you didn't meet him, did you? I wanted to say no, but for some reason I stuttered when the Uchiha brushed away a strand of black hair that fell unruly on his pale face. You don't have to answer. I will consider your request regarding Yuki. With that, he stood up and left, closing the door slightly behind him. I sat up in bed, noting that my head was no longer spinning. So I can get up. In the Uchiha clan, I didn't have to wear layered outfits, do intricate hairstyles, resorting to the help of servants. So I donned a simple blue kimono with the Uchiha crest on the back and sleeves, glad that I could dress myself now without having to ask anyone for help. No, Madara is not at all what I heard. He is different. Maybe too restrained, maybe a little cold-blooded. But he's alive. Just a living person. There was no cruelty in him. At least, whenever I spoke to him, he seemed to me just an ordinary man. A lonely person who is afraid to trust people. As I tied my hair into a high ponytail, I caught myself thinking that I wanted to get to know him better. I suddenly wanted to become an important person for him. I no longer wanted to just play the part of his wife, be the girl he didn't care about. I could not give this feeling a name, but it became clear to me as daylight that something strange ached in my chest at the sight of it. I was afraid of this feeling. Running my hand through my hair, I clenched it into a fist, wondering what to do now. The old woman did not seem to care about anything except the speedy appearance of the heir. You are stupid. She suddenly looked seriously into my eyes. It will be better for you. If you give birth to Madara's son, no one else will try to get rid of you. At least the elders will stop plotting against you, stupid wench. I'll take note of your words. I bowed and slipped past her, striding quickly towards the site where Konoha was being built. I wanted to talk to Sakura. I wanted to ask her about Izuna, chat with her, perhaps learn something. I was brave enough to face the people I had offended. But they couldn't do anything to me, could they? Chapter 5 When I reached the place and saw a village already beginning to take shape ahead, my heart naturally accelerated the rhythm. But why am I so worried? I have every right to be here. This is neutral territory. Having descended a small slope overgrown with fresh green grass and beautiful flowers, I looked around. The area was picturesque and the weather just perfect. Spring is already in full swing. The chirping of birds was heard all around. The air was saturated with the sun, and a warm breeze pleasantly blew on the face. The tall building of the hospital was visible from afar, and I exhaled decisively and walked there. I met people along the way, but fortunately I didn't know them. My biggest fear was running into Hashirama here, or worse, Tobirama. If this happens, how should I behave? I nervously clenched my hands into fists. If I meet one of them, I will act as if nothing had happened. How else? Behind these thoughts, I did not notice how I reached the place I needed. The building looked huge. And how can I find Sakura here? Well, first you need to log in. Stepping over the threshold of the hospital, I found myself in a spacious, bright hall. There were benches near the walls, and in the middle was a table where a girl in white was sitting. Can I help you with something? She asked coldly, looking up at me. Yes, I was a little confused. I'm looking for my girlfriend. Her name is Sakura Uchiha. Uchiha? Did I spell her last name correctly? The girl softened her cold gaze and nodded in the direction of the corridor that goes deeper. Sakura works on the second floor, room 203, she said, and lowered her head again and began to write something. Thank you. I nevertheless decided to thank, despite the fact that the girl, most likely, was no longer listening to me. Climbing up to the second floor, I found the right office and knocked. "Come in," Sakura's soft voice said. When I entered, Sakura jumped up from her chair. "You've come. How do you feel? Is everything okay? Is your head spinning?" she stammered. No, everything is already in order," I smiled. "I came to chat with you a little. I want to tell you so many things." "Are you free now?" "Yes, of course," Sakura nodded. "I already did what needed to be done at the moment. We can chat." "Madara-sama gave me permission to work in this hospital," I said, "but only if I study medical techniques and learn how to use chakra. He said that having chakra and not using it is terrible stupidity." I smiled, remembering the scowl on his face when he talked about it. "That's great news." Sakura was delighted. "I'll teach you everything. Don't worry, Madara-sama won't have to regret her decision." Although, to be honest, I'm a little surprised that he allowed. Usually, the wives of the head sit at home. So I'm lucky. I smiled. "But let's talk about something else." "And what do you want to talk about?" Sakura raised her thin eyebrows expectantly. "Before I fainted that evening, I saw something." I winked slyly at my friend. "And I can't wait to find out what happened between you and Izuna-kun." Sakura instantly blushed and averted her green eyes to the side. "Sakura, you won't get away. I saw him kiss you." This is where I got embarrassed too. As soon as I remembered what I saw, it immediately began to seem that I had seen something forbidden and very personal. Well, then Izuna went to see me off. But at the exit of the house, he suddenly stopped and said that he had to tell me something very important. Sakura recalled, slightly lowering her voice. "And what did he say?" I asked impatiently. "He asked if I have a person that I like. And I replied that I have such a person." Izuna then noticeably changed in his face. Sakura giggled into her fist. "But then I added that my feelings were doomed to failure. And then he asked who he was, the man who occupied my heart. And I even leaned forward from the desire to hear the continuation as soon as possible. And then I broke down, May. I confessed to him." "But Sakura, I saw that you wanted to run away from him." "Why?" "That's right," Sakura sighed. "You have no idea, May, but at that moment I felt the happiest, and at the same time incredibly unhappy." Sakura was silent for a moment, but then she smiled and continued. "Izuna told me that he was very happy that his feelings were mutual. He said he couldn't believe it. But May, I knew perfectly well that there could be nothing between us. Who is he and who am I?" That's what I told him, and could not stand it. I wanted to leave. That's when everything happened. To be honest, if he hadn't done it, I would have done it myself. I was really going to work up the courage to do it someday." "Oh my God, Sakura," I exclaimed in surprise. "Kissing a man first? I would never do this." "So what?" All pride becomes unimportant when you realize that you will just die of regret if you don't try at least once. And what happened next? Izuna said he would never let me leave. And if the head of the Uchiha is his brother, then everything will be all right. After all, Madara-sama loves her younger brother very much, and will do everything for his happiness, I know this. And I decided to trust him, May, her friend said decisively. "So you're together now?" "Well, in general, yes." "I'm so happy, May." The blush returned to Sakura's cheeks. "Madara-sama already knows?" I asked suspiciously. "Not yet. We decided not to tell him yet." I was silent for a few seconds, but then I couldn't take it anymore. "So great. You see, I knew that everything would be fine with you." I took Sakura by the hand and squeezed it a little in my palms. "So what about you?" Sakura suddenly asked. "Take a closer look at Madara-sama. Maybe you'll like him?" In fact, he is not at all what he seems. I've known him since we were kids. Of course, he needs to keep a face and maintain a reputation. He is still a leader. But in fact, he is very emotional, too hot-tempered, but very kind. Madara-sama is the first Uchiha who wanted to make peace. Thanks to him, we now live in peacetime. You decided to praise him a little too late for me. I smiled slyly. I already married him. May, I just want you to notice Israel. I know, Sakura, that he is completely different, I said, and I really want to know this side of him. But I'm afraid of love. My mentor always said that love is a snake pretending to be an ornament. You put it on your neck, rejoice in it, and it bites you, kills you. May, Sakura gasped in shock. That's not true at all. Love is a gift from the gods. It is not given to everyone. I paused as I considered her words, and then decided to confess to Sakura and share my doubts. Actually, Sakura, I recently realized one thing. It was a complete surprise for me. I was confused, and I don't understand what is happening to me. What happened? Sakura asked thoughtfully. For some reason, I want to become for Madara-sama, not just a girl who only plays her role. I want to be an important person for him. For some reason, I want to spend time with him more often. I'm afraid of these desires, Sakura. Sakura suddenly smiled. Don't you understand, May? So I'll tell you. Everything you just described to me sounds very much like sympathy. Do you like Madara-sama? I don't know. I was confused. I don't know him at all. When you get to know him better, I bet you'll love him, May, Sakura stated. But I don't want to love a man who isn't interested in me at all, I objected. I'm sure fate brought you together. Sakura raised her index finger up. Madara-sama will understand this too, you'll see. She reached somewhere under the table and took out a box, traditionally tied in blue cloth. Here, take it. This is lunch. I cooked for myself, but I don't feel like eating at all. From the heat, probably. Take it to Madara-sama. It's in the building behind the hospital right now. This is the council room. They say that soon our clan will move to live here in Konoha. Suddenly, the door banged open, and a girl with blonde hair stuck her head through the opening. Sakura-san, you're urgently needed in the waiting room, she said. I'm on my way. Sakura nodded. May, see you in the evening. I'll come and bring you some books. Let's start learning. She winked. I took the lunchbox and walked out the door with Sakura. After saying goodbye, I looked after my friend and went to the exit. As I circled the hospital, I saw the same building that Sakura was talking about. It was a small wooden one-story building, more like a normal house. I suddenly became nervous. Surely Madara is not alone there. It's a council chamber, which means there's some sort of discussion going on there. I'll distract him for sure, and besides, what if there's a Senju? I swallowed. I was afraid to go there. Maybe not walk? I'll go home and eat lunch myself. The idea seemed great to me, and I turned around to go in the opposite direction. But then something clicked in my head again. Do I have to be afraid all my life now? I'm the Uchiha's legal wife, so why can't I bring him lunch? I turned back to the council chamber. Did you come to visit your beloved hubby? Said from behind. The voice sounded sarcastic and somewhat mocking. I turned around. Senju Tobarama looked at me point blank. I bowed my head slightly in greeting. That's right, Tobarama-sama. I replied, trying to keep my voice even. Tobarama took a few steps towards me and squinted into my face. What a lie you are, May, he grumbled. How is this red-eyed bastard better than me? You don't love him, so why? Tobarama grabbed my hand. I tried to pull my hand away, but I couldn't. Let go, I said coldly. You have no right to touch me. What are you talking about? I'll let you go when you answer me. If you don't want conflict, let go now. I don't have to explain my decisions to you. I see the Uchiha still hasn't shown you your place, woman. Sanju chuckled. What do you care about me? You were supposed to be mine. And I really don't like it when what is rightfully mine goes out from under my nose, especially a woman. Tobarama threw, squeezing my wrist more tightly. And especially when she runs to the Uchiha. There was a knock on the door from behind. What's the matter, brother? I heard Hashirama's voice. Tobarama immediately let go of my hand and took a step back. Met May and decided to chat a little. The albino replied. I turned around and saw that Madara was standing next to Hashirama and staring at us intently. Madara? Tobarama expressed mockery with his whole appearance. Were you not taught how to treat a woman, especially your wife? What do you mean? The Uchiha replied. You still haven't made her yours. The girl dictates her rules to you, and you feel sorry for her? I won't believe those stupid words about love, and now I also got proof of that. Sanji chuckled. What are you talking about, Tobarama? Hashirama asked his brother. What more proof? I got lost. Madara frowned and approached us. I was really confused, because the white-haired one spoke the absolute truth. But how did he know that there was nothing between us? Tobarama is an excellent sensor and can sense other people's energies very well, Madara explained in a low voice. Exactly, Tobarama snapped his fingers. And I feel that your energies have never mixed. None of you echo each other's energies, May. Madara, you act like a caring brother, not a husband. Tobarama, you're crossing the line, Hashirama said sternly. Tobarama fell silent and proudly tossed his head. And then suddenly I was overcome with anger. Don't you dare insult my husband, I hissed. Your instincts have deceived you. Madara looked at me in surprise with his black eyes. I noticed the rage blazing in them. He got angry too. His endurance was to be envied. And we both knew perfectly well that we could not deceive either Tobarama or ourselves. Deceived, you say? Tobarama frowned. Tobarama, we have to go, Hashirama said as he shook Madara's hand. Shinji gave me a murderous look before walking away with Hashirama. I was exhaling, but suddenly I noticed that the younger Shinji was constantly looking around. And then a thought popped into my head spontaneously. I abruptly turned to Madara, got up on my toes, and wrapped my arms around the Uchiha's neck. He's looking at us, I said pointedly. I don't know if Madara understood what I was trying to say, but I wasn't going to wait for him to understand. Somehow, reaching out to his face, I touched his lips with my lips. Heart sank somewhere down. I didn't know how to kiss, but that wasn't my goal either. Tobarama should have seen it. But Madara quickly figured it out. His hand quickly shot up and stopped at the back of my head. It was an unobtrusive gesture, and I felt that I could step back at any moment. The movements of his lips against mine were just as light, but for some reason I liked them. I was even afraid of these emotions. Again, I timidly repeated after Madara, not noticing how I leaned even closer to meet him. Kissing a man first? Of course not, May, you would never have done that. An inner voice whispered maliciously. Why do I want to stop? No, it's time to end this. I reluctantly pulled away and winked at the Uchiha through force. Just in case, to make sure you understand. Madara reacted with a grin. What do you have in your hands? He pointed to the box I still held in my hand. This is... I came here to bring you lunch. Here, I handed him the box. Madara looked at me incredulously, but he took the lunch with a light touch of my fingers. It was like a current ran through my body. Well, thanks, May, he said. Well, I guess I'll go, I said, lowering my eyes. Madara nodded. I quickly walked towards the house. When she reached the outskirts of the village, she exhaled freely. Her lips still felt like they were on fire. I licked them, feeling the slight taste of tea leaves, and there was still the feel of his fingers on the back of my head. Suddenly it became interesting. He kissed me along? Or just missed the opportunity? Or maybe out of curiosity? Be that as it may, it was foolish to deny at least to myself the fact that I liked it. For some reason, I suddenly wanted him to like it too. Stupidity, May, you're thinking about real stupidity. Why would he like it? And why should I like it? Nonsense. I hurriedly, trying to get Madara out of my head, went home. Until the evening, I wandered around idle, waiting for Sakura to come and bring me books. And then an idea came to mind. But the Uchiha estate also probably has a good library. And how did I not think of it before? You just need to ask the permission of the head to use it. Hope Madara is back. As I passed the conference room, I heard someone yell. But that's unthinkable, a male voice said. Madara-sama! With all due respect to you, I dare to object. Yuki is my daughter, and what you did to her. Your daughter attempted murder by poisoning my wife, replied Madara's menacing voice. Be thankful I didn't sentence her to death, Akio-san. That's right. I heard the servants whispering that Madara sent Yuki to clean the cauldrons in the communal kitchen. For life. You care too much about her, Madara-sama. None of us understands why you chose this outlander over our girls. You really don't understand? The Uchiha hissed. Don't you see? Our clan is weakening. Three-eyed geeks will soon be born. From incest in our clan, each generation is weaker than the previous one, you brainless donkeys. Came the pounding of a fist on the table, and then a calmer one. I forbid marriages between relatives up to the 10th generation, no less. Did everyone understand? Yes, Madara-sama, someone replied. And don't dare insult the dignity of my wife again, otherwise I'll depose everyone. The Uchiha gritted. You are being too gentle with her, Madara-sama. Rumor has it that this woman still won't let you near. How I treat my wife is not up to you. As for those rumors, where did you hear that, Takao? Yes, the servants were whispering. Madara-sama. The man replied humbly. I didn't listen further. How would servants know such details? These rumors need to be dispelled. But until now, I didn't know how. If Madara is busy right now, I decided to go back to the room and wait there for him to be free. After an hour, deciding that the meeting should be over by now, I headed back to the Uchiha's office. But she heard voices again. This time the voice was female. Whatever you want, Madara-sama, the woman said languidly. I'm all yours. Oh, Kami! Right in the office. I put my fingers to my lips in surprise. Uchiha that completely lost his conscience? A roar was heard. I pressed my ear against the hay to hear better. And what am I doing? Eavesdropping? I don't even believe it. Get out. Madara hissed. Don't you dare show up here again, Yuki. I won't look at you if you were the last woman on Earth. The voice sounded mocking. Thinking quickly, I quickly backed away from the door and hid around the corner. A half-naked Yuki flew out of the room. Her kimono was open, and she hastily trying to tie it as she quickly walked away. Maybe Madara is not in the mood right now. I decided to come back to myself. I'll ask him tomorrow. Sakura will probably be here soon. But after half an hour, not sitting still, I again went to Madara. It was boring, and I couldn't think of something to do. As I approached the door of his office, I was about to knock when I heard Madara talking to someone again. Damn it! Will I ever get into that damn office? And in general, I felt strange, Madara said. And what did you feel, brother? It's not often that you share your feelings with me. Izuna's voice replied curiously. I share with you, in the hope that you will help me, Ototo. I can't figure it out alone. Madara chuckled. You see, this is new to me. I'm listening to you, Nizan. So, at that moment, I felt a strange attraction. I wanted her to kiss me, not to prove something to Tobirama, but just like that. Herself? At will. Yeah, Izuna drawled thoughtfully. You're not usually very emotional about women, brother. I'm guessing she's hooked on you. Do you like Mei, Madara? I like it. Madara seemed to be tasting the word. I don't know, Ototo. But I want her to like me, to look only at me. Izuna chuckled. That's how she looks, he said. Take a closer look. Then I felt my cheeks burning. The desire to enter has vanished. There was something in the chest area. He said he wants. Are you eavesdropping? Whispered softly in my ear. I jumped up on the spot and almost screamed. Sakura stood in front of me and put her index finger to her lips, and with the other hand pointed to the exit. I obediently slipped out of the passage into the street. Sakura, you scared me. Finally, I could afford to speak. Inside, everything was just overflowing with emotions. What is it with you? You're kind of excited, Sakura said. Did you hear something? I heard. And you know what? Well, you're right. Madara definitely doesn't make me feel indifferent. Sakura smiled broadly and handed me 2 books. Here you go. This is for you, she said. Here are the basics. Now let's go have some tea. Tell me everything. Chapter 6 Commentary on Chapter 6. I thank everyone who writes their reviews and impressions of the chapters. This is very important. I try to post chapters, but alas, there is not always time, sorry. After Sakura, after drinking tea, left, I still decided to go to Madara. After what I heard, I suddenly really wanted to look at him. Having brewed green tea with camellia petals, I went to him. I want her to look only at me. So she looks. What am I really looking at? Have not noticed. Maybe Izuna said that on purpose to cheer up his brother? I walked up to his office door and knocked softly. Come in, Madara said softly, but I heard. Approaching his table, at which he was sitting and writing something, I put down a steaming cup. I brought you tea, I said quietly so as not to disturb the silence of this place. Thanks. Madara barely glanced at me. His voice sounds so stern. It's as if he didn't speak to Izuna about some kind of emotion an hour ago. Drink, Madara-sama. I made this tea myself, following my own recipe. I like it a lot, and I think you should too. Madara put down his brush and took a sip from the cup. At that moment, I turned my attention to his hands. They seemed to me graceful and courageous at the same time. Beautiful, long fingers, but the hand itself looked strong. The tea is excellent, Madara said, looking at me intently. I also looked. I didn't want to look away. I thought that if I lowered my eyes, it would amuse him. My gaze wandered over his features, lingering on the line of clearly defined cheekbones, slid over his lips, and settled on the black pools of eyes. Ayan-sen was right. Those eyes are like an abyss. And at that moment, a thought popped into my head. How many people had he killed with those eyes? Madara looked at me seriously, and at the same time, as if evaluating. This contact had to be interrupted, otherwise I don't know how it could end. I've already started practicing, Madara-sama, I said awkwardly, breaking the silence. The Uchiha nodded approvingly. I wanted to ask you. There's a library at the Uchiha estate, right? I'd like to borrow books from there. Madara nodded again as he finished his tea. I'll get someone to show it to you, he said. No, I want you to do it. I smiled lightly. I wanted to see how he would behave. Madara narrowed his eyes a little, gazing into my eyes, and then the corners of his lips slightly lifted. Fine. But first, one request. I hope I can complete it, Madara-sama. Will you dance for me? Asking for a dance? Well, that's good. Now I no longer worry and am not afraid, as on my wedding night. Now I'm very curious. Certainly. Right now? I asked, trying to keep my voice even. Right now, he answered slightly hoarsely. What is it that I have to dance? I wanted this dance to excite him. And then a great idea came to mind. I began to slowly remove the silk scarf from my neck. It's good that I put it on today, because the dance with a scarf is very sensual and exciting. Madara followed my movements with an attentive gaze. Of course, it would be better with music, but I couldn't get him to play my shamisen, for example. Therefore, I decided to sing the melody myself, like last time. In general, for this dance, it would be better to change clothes, but I can manage in a regular kimono. This time, the movements came out confident, the body obeyed perfectly. A smile fluttered on the lips, and the handkerchief smoothly cut through the air. But even during this slow dance, I noticed all the little things. For example, the fact that the Uchiha's breathing became deeper, although it remained the same measured, and there was some kind of excitement in his eyes. Then I decided to finish the dance. Too much is not fun. I have fulfilled your request, Madara-sama, I said, slightly confused. Now you will fulfill mine. Tomorrow. The Uchiha breathed. I'll show you tomorrow. It's late now, go to bed. He added in a firmer tone. Tried to hide a victorious smile. I bowed slightly and fluttered out the door. I succeeded. Only now I noticed how fast my heart beats. Even for a minute, I managed to confuse him. Back in my room, I sat down at the book Sakura had brought. The first was about the chakra circulation system and how to control it, and the second was about the structure of the human body. I sat reading most of the night, trying to understand everything that was said there. In the morning, sleep nevertheless overcame me. I slept almost until lunchtime. When I washed up and went out into the yard, I saw Azuna. He sat under a sprawling sakura tree and drew something in his notebook. I decided to come up and ask what he was drawing so enthusiastically, but halfway through I noticed Sakura peeking around the corner. She cautiously stepped out and walked towards the exit. Sakura? I called out to my friend. Sakura turned around and stopped. Izuna also looked in our direction and winked conspiratorially at Sakura. She blushed instantly. What's going on here? I beckoned her to me. Sakura looked at Izuna in confusion, and when he smiled at her, she walked towards me. I grabbed her hand and dragged her into my room. Sakura, why aren't you in the hospital? I was surprised. I'm on the second shift today. The friend smiled somehow shyly. Why is this happening here? Why are you looking around like a thief, hiding in the corners? Sakura paused, and then, as if deciding on something, she said, I was at Izuna's. And what is it? I did not understand. If Izuna had called her, stop. Called to you? You don't understand. I was with him all night. Sakura admitted softly. And what did you do? I covered my mouth with my hand. Has Sakura gone that far? But it's also impossible. He painted me. Sakura bit her lip. Is that all? I asked. That's it. My friend nodded. Then I just fell asleep, and Izuna probably didn't want to wake me up. I wanted to quietly leave before Madara-sama saw me here. At the mention of the name of the older Uchiha, the heart again made a somersault. Why does he worry me so much? May, do you want me to tell you a secret? Just don't tell anyone. Of course I want. Tell me. I moved closer. Do you want me to show you a drawing? Sakura asked. I nodded vigorously. Sakura pulled a folded piece of paper out of her pouch and handed it to me, blushing. Nonsense! Sakura waved it off. Of course I was shy. But this is Izuna, my Izuna. Sakura bit her lip again and turned away. And was there really nothing else? I was surprised. You undressed in front of a man, but he did not touch you. You don't seem to know anything about men, friend. Sakura shook her head. Only boys are not able to control their desires. A real man is the master of his body. And you? Didn't you want to? Well, I don't think it's time yet. Sakura hesitated. But I want to. I wonder how she figured it out. I could only be puzzled. I gave the books to Sakura, and she, after showing me one technique with which I can learn to release chakra and learn to control it, said goodbye and ran to the hospital. A friend told me to learn how to float. There was a small pond in the courtyard of the Uchiha's main house. I went to school without hesitation. But nothing came out. I correctly folded the seals, felt the chakra, directing it to my legs. But I fell down in a second, as I stepped into the mirror surface of the water. Good thing the sun was hot. Deciding to get some rest, I went to change and write a letter to my mentor. I really missed her. Plus, I'm hungry. Dear Ayan-san, I'm sorry that I didn't write for so long, because I promised. But now I really want to share with you. It seems to me that very important events are taking place in my life right now. I'm learning how to use chakra to become an Orionin. I got a girlfriend. Her name is Sakura. She is very nice. She works in a hospital, and so will I. Sakura has pink hair and green eyes. Can you imagine? But her last name is Uchiha. Speaking of Uchiha, in the clan, I was not received as badly as I expected, only the elders grumble. Madara-sama treats me well, and I think, Ain-san, that I like him. You were wrong about him. He's not as bad as you told me. You know, Ain-san, when I look into his eyes, I feel like I'm falling into an abyss. At times like these, I don't really care what those eyes are capable of. What do you think? You're May. After a quick meal, I again went to the lake. Today I wanted to learn by all means. The sun was already beginning to sink towards the horizon, but I stubbornly kept trying. All wet again, but I was able to stay on the water for about 30 seconds. As I folded the seals, I heard someone chuckle behind me. Madara-sama! I bowed in obeisance. Madara stood and looked at me attentively. Well, I have a vision now, I guess. Wet clothes cling unpleasantly to the body. Water drips from the hair. I shuddered. Do you want me to help? He said. But how can you help? I was surprised. I'll help you not to fall again, otherwise you'll definitely catch a cold. I nodded to him. Falling into the water unexpectedly is not a pleasant thing, and if he himself offers. Madara came up to me and, wrapping his arm around my waist, jumped right into the middle of the lake. I didn't even fold the seal, I thought. Madara moved his hands to my shoulders, holding me tightly to the surface. Come on, he said evenly. Concentrate. You start to fall, I hold. I nodded, releasing chakra into my legs. But no matter how hard I tried, I always felt the strong hands of the Uchiha on my shoulders. May, Madara breathed out tiredly. Just try to keep the chakra flowing evenly to your feet. In the same quantities. It's not difficult, you're distracted. How the hell can I pull myself together when you're looking at me like that? But nodding instead of an answer, I mustered all the strength to continue. Twilight was falling. I could feel Madara loosening his grip, then squeezing my shoulders again. Did I fall again? Again. Closing my eyes, I exhale again, discarding all thoughts. Evenly, equally. Again and again, I repeat this to myself. Evenly, evenly. Feeling that Madara's hands gently release me, I open my eyes. Control May, he says sternly. The chakra fluttered for only a second. Exactly, May. Equally. I am standing. Happened. Madara-sama. I take a cautious step towards him, then another. I come very close, raise my head and look into black eyes. My hands are lowered, and wet fingers lightly touch his fingers. At this time, I am shocked. Madara smiles wickedly for some reason. I feel the water surface begin to sway under my feet. What is he doing? Madara-sama. I only have time to exclaim, as I again feel how cold water envelopes my body. What are you doing? I glared angrily at the Uchiha as I climbed out of the water. And what? If you start to succeed, you can complicate the task, he answered as if nothing had happened. Okay, that's all for today, go change. I abruptly turned around, and without all these formal bows, which pretty much bothered me, I walked towards me. Well, I'll show you, Uchiha. In my room, I changed from a light kimono to an ordinary clan one. It was warmer. There was a knock on the room. Who's there? May-sama, the maid said. Madara-sama is waiting for you in her office. What did he need? Wants to be punished for not showing respect? Or maybe escort you to the library? But it's too late. With a sigh, I got up from the table and went to the Uchiha. Madara was waiting for me, standing near the table and reading some kind of scroll. Called? I said as I closed the door behind me. Madara put down the scroll and exhaled. May, for starters, stop talking to me so formally when we're alone. Leave formalities for society. If you so wish, I'll just agree. I answered in confusion. Anything else? Madara took a few steps towards me and stopped when not even an arm's length separated us. I called you to continue what you were going to do at the lake. I naively opened my eyes. But I didn't mean to do anything. Don't lie to me, May. He took another step forward, and another. Silence reigned in the office. His gaze wandered over my face. I looked at him. Kiss me, he breathed. What? How dared he ask me for such a thing? But my gaze fell on his lips. I wonder if they also taste like tea leaves now. Bittersweet. No, I whispered in response. You kiss me. As soon as I finished the sentence, Madara's hand instantly flew up, weaving into the hair at the back of my head, pulling me closer, and the next moment his lips covered mine. His tongue imperiously walked over my lips, forcing them to open slightly and penetrating inside. I was stunned. He took me by surprise. I'd never kissed like this before. What should I do? No, you just need to trust yourself. I will do what I want. The reciprocal movements of the lips, the interlacing of the tongues. I closed the insignificant distance between us, rising on my toes and running both hands through his hair. They are soft, naughty. Perhaps that is why they are constantly in disarray. Despite his cold appearance, his lips were so soft and supple. And yes, bittersweet, like fresh tea leaves. Goosebumps spread through the body. I gasped, but I can't break this kiss. His second hand rests on my waist, pressing me to him, and I literally revel in the feeling that I am experiencing at the moment. I don't know what's wrong with me, but I like it and I want more. Opening my eyes, I see that Madara is looking at me from under lowered eyelashes. I look at him too, and I want to kiss him even more. But she has to step aside, only to gulp a little air and then press her lips against his again. My hands slide down his neck and then up, tangling back into the inky strands of hair. Now he too is choking, greedily gasping for air in seconds. A few more quick steps, and I find myself pressed against the wall. Madara breaks away from his lips and down to his neck, searing his skin with hot breath. His lips slide up and down, periodically touching the skin with his tongue. My hand slips onto his forearm and squeezes, and the body arches treacherously towards him. The heart beats quickly, and inside everything is pulled into a tight string. You want me? The Uchiha whispers right into my ear. I look into his eyes, and I myself want to fall through the ground. Right now. What are you talking about? My voice breaks from breathlessness. Then stop me, he says, biting on his earlobe. His head instinctively leans back, succumbing to this caress, and a hand slides up his shoulder and tangles in his hair. But I don't want to stop, I breathe softly. Madara slowly pulls away and stares intently at my face. Don't you understand what happens next? He says with a laugh. My mind is so clouded right now that I feel like I don't know anything at all. You tell me no, but your body says yes. Do you deny? So I understand your body better than you do. The corners of his lips lift. I just look at him, and in my head, there are only memories of recent minutes. I lift my hand, and my fingertips barely touch his face. I so want to touch him. What's going on? I don't want you to regret it in a few hours. The Uchiha shook his head. So think about it. You can always come to me. Do you feel something for me? I ask, a little confused. And you? What do you feel? It is important. Yes. Always follow your desires, May. So you will never regret your decisions. Madara stepped back a few steps, letting me go. Why did you start all this? I asked in bewilderment. I gave both of us the opportunity to better understand our feelings. And how did you better understand them, Madara-sama? I said sarcastically. Absolutely, he smiled. Sighing, I turned around and quickly left the office. My whole body, wherever he touched me, throbbed. I ran a trembling hand over my face. I think I've gone crazy. At night, I never managed to sleep. These thoughts, these memories haunted me. I got out of bed several times to go to him, but at the last moment I stopped. Why is my body so naughty? Did I want what could happen there? Could I regret later? And then I suddenly realized, if I wanted, then not only his body, I wanted his heart, his soul. I wanted to make it mine. Chapter 7 In the morning, when I washed my face and put myself in relative order after a sleepless night, I immediately decided to head to Madara's chambers. For what? I was determined to get the whole truth out of him. If he really feels something for me, I will make him say it. And I'll tell you myself. After all, it was pointless to deny that he touched my heart. During the night, I put my thoughts in order and came to the conclusion that since it so happened that Madara Uchiha had such an influence on me, there was nothing to hide and suppress my desires in myself. But when I went to the door of his bedroom, I heard the voice of old Eiko. Peeking through the crack, I saw her helping Madara into the red armor. "When you go camping, Madara-sama, I'm always so worried," she lamented. "What if something happens to you? And you don't even have a single heir." "Don't grumble, Eiko," Madara replied good-naturedly. "Izuna will be the leader if something happens." I didn't listen anymore. Now Eiko will start talking again about what a terrible wife I am. I decided to postpone this conversation until Madara returns. Strange, he didn't even tell me he was going camping. Where to? How long? Suddenly, I was overcome with anxiety. What if he doesn't come back? And I didn't even have time to tell him about my feelings. Later, I learned that Madara had left Izuna in charge of the clan temporarily. He didn't leave me any instructions, not even a note. Sakura worked at the hospital today, and to distract myself from not very cheerful thoughts, I spent half a day reading books that Sakura gave me, and spent half a day studying at the lake. Remembering my yesterday's sessions with Madara, I practiced until the sun went down. Today I was pleased with myself. I was already quite good at walking on the water surface of the lake. I began to feel the circulation of my chakra much better and more aware. In the evening, Sakura came to me with 2 new books. One was about medicinal herbs, and the second about various poisons. "Tomorrow morning I will come early," said the friend. "You have fish in the lake, don't you?" "Yes, probably," I answered, not very confidently. "But what, are we going to fish?" Sakura nodded. "But Izuna-kun once said that you can't eat fish from there." "And we won't eat it," Sakura smiled. "It's for your training." "I promise no fish will be harmed." And she gave a thumbs up. "Okay. Would you like to have some tea with me?" I suggested. I'm a little sad. I've been studying all day, and now, when it's time to sleep. "Of course, May. What has happened with you? Why are you sad?" Taking off her shoes and going inside, the girl asked. We went into the kitchen, and I poured hot tea. Madara went camping this morning and didn't even give me anything. But yesterday, I stammered. Sakura looked at me carefully, indicating that she wanted to hear more. Yesterday I kissed him. Or was he me? It was so hard for me to stop, Sakura. I sighed. I think I really fell in love. This is news, the friend drawled, but it's good. If you kissed me, then Madara-sama liked you, May. It was hard for both of us to stop. Don't say that you... No. I waved my hand. The question of feeling suddenly popped up. I got confused. But by morning I understood, and I wanted to tell him, but he left Sakura. I'm so worried that something could happen to him. Something happens. I just can't find a place. That's why I worked all day. Then a thought came to my mind. Sakura, do you have books about eyes? Of course, it would be nice if you also had them about the Uchiha's eyes. Of course, I have different books. I'll bring them to you as soon as you read the ones I've already brought you. Don't worry, May. Sakura squeezed my hand. I didn't know anything about this trip either, but everything will be fine. It's Madara-sama. I tried to smile back at her. Sakura believed in her leader more than I did. What kind of wife am I if I don't believe in my husband? Now I still need to see Izuna. Yes, of course, go. I smiled again. Sleep well. Tomorrow we have a very important training session, Sakura said already at the exit from the kitchen. I nodded and waved to her. Returning to the room, I sat down at the books. I wanted to quickly study them so that I could start reading books about the eyes. I also wanted Madara to praise me when he came to see how far I had come. So I sat until midnight, but remembering the order of Sakura, I went to bed. In the morning, Sakura showed up as soon as the sun rose and woke me up. Wearing an insulated kimono with the Uchiha coat of arms on the back and sleeves. I, sleepy, trudged after my friend to the lake. Oh, Kami, Sakura, why so early? I wondered. It's better to catch fish in the morning, the pink-haired one explained. Standing by the lake, I cringed and watched Sakura deftly catching large carps. The fish fluttered and floundered, but then subsided. Well, she said cheerfully, now their life depends on you. How is it from me? I got scared. Concentrate your chakra in your palms and heal them. Like this, Sakura brought her palm, covered in a greenish glow, to one fish, and after a few seconds it fluttered again, and Sakura released it back into the lake. I stood with my mouth open. Come on, May. You don't have much time, otherwise they will die, her friend said in a stern voice. I quickly jumped to one of the fish and began to concentrate the chakra. It didn't come out very well. Now I understand why there was a training with walking on water. I concentrated and tried to make the flow smoother and more accurate. Time is up, Sakura said, raising her palm and reviving the unfortunate fish. Consider that you didn't have time to save this one. Do your best. For a moment, I was overcome with despair, but then I remembered that I was going to surprise Madara. With a firm nod, I moved on to the next one. The second also failed to save, but I wasn't about to give up. You have good control, May, Sakura said, but it's short-lived. Try to increase the time. Starting today, I will also take care of your physical training. You're low on chakra. I just nodded in response, trying with all my might to keep control of the chakra. I must. Otherwise, I just don't deserve it. And now, the fifth fish fluttered in a minute of my treatment. Hooray! I exclaimed, wiping sweat from my forehead. You see, you just need to try, and you can do anything, Sakura praised. Let's rest, otherwise you'll collapse into a faint. Then Madara-sama will torment me, she added cheerfully. The sun had already begun to bake, and I relaxed on the grass, exposing my face to its warm rays. A light breeze pleasantly blew the skin, bringing the smell of some flowers. Sakura, I called. Yes. Do you have a Sharingan? I turned my head towards my friend curiously. She sat on the grass, leaning on her hands and looking at the sky. I thought she wouldn't answer. She seemed so thoughtful. But Sakura answered. Actually, May, not even every purebred Uchiha can awaken him. And I'm a half-breed. Of course, I don't have one. Are you upset about this? Before, when I was little, I was terribly upset. I couldn't awaken the Sharingan. I didn't have any outstanding abilities. I was considered weak. The kids teased me, and it upset and annoyed me. When I was about 12 years old, I decided to become an Irionin. Why exactly the Irionin? I wanted them all to regret their words when they were treated by me. When I saved their lives and the lives of their families and friends. I practiced day and night. The head of the clan then was Taijima-sama, the father of Madara-sama and Izuna. There was a war then, and they took a prisoner from Senju, ordering her to teach me. Taijima-sama believed in me, and I am still grateful to him for that. But even more I am grateful to the woman who taught me. She was talented, and if it weren't for her, I wouldn't have been able to save Izuna's life when he was badly injured in this damned war. What happened to her? She passed away a year ago. She was already too old. Usually the Sharingan awakens under the influence of severe stress, but strangely, it did not awaken either when Izuna was on the verge of death or when the mentor died, Sakura said thoughtfully. I was silent for a bit, and then I said, "Have you ever tried to look for your mother?" Sakura gave me a surprised look. Where can I look for her? I have no idea who she is, what her name is, where she lived. Yeah, I drawled. We were silent for a while, and then I asked again. Sakura, did you have any patients that you couldn't cure? Of course there were. She sighed, especially during the war. And I'll tell you what, Sakura looked at me seriously, if you suddenly fail, never take it personally. Sometimes it's too late. But to keep your conscience clear, become a good Irionin. I nodded in response. Of course, I was going to be a good Irionin. Day after day, I trained, read books, even began to slowly master taijutsu. Sakura said that chakra is formed not only from spiritual energy, but also from physical energy. That's why I trained. But Madara wasn't there. It's already been 3 weeks since he left. There was not a single letter for me, and I became visibly worried. I once asked Izuna about all this, but he only said that Madara should return soon, and asked not to worry. One day I was sitting and reading a book about the Sharingan, when a carrier pigeon landed nearby. I frowned. Madara used hawks for correspondence. Untying the small scroll, I found that it was a letter from Ain-san. I was overjoyed and quickly unrolled it, breaking the seal, and sat down on the steps to read. My dear May, I have received your letter, and am very happy for you. If you love him, I will rejoice with you, even if it is Uchiha Madara. But I ask you to remain vigilant. You say you met a girl with pink hair? Very interesting. I even wanted to look at it. Someday I will visit you. Now our clan has been attacked again. Your brother has gone to fight alongside his father. But I'm sure everything will be alright since Madara-sama came in person to support us. Soon this will end, and our clan will join Konoha. I heard Madara-sama and your father discuss it. Take care of yourself and be happy. Ain-san. So that's where Madara is. But why doesn't anyone tell me anything? Now you know. I almost jumped on the steps in surprise. Izuna-kun, I exclaimed. Why are you creeping up like that? Izuna smiled a mischievous, boyish smile. It was you who relaxed too much and did not notice that I had been standing here for a long time. Why was he silent? You know what I've been through. I waved the letter in front of Izuna. I thought it would only make you even more excited. The Uchiha frowned. Madara ordered to be silent. Okay, I sighed, but if he doesn't show up soon, Why are you so arrogant? Izuna raised one eyebrow. I immediately lowered my eyes, feeling a blush spread across my cheeks. I didn't tell anyone about my feelings, except for Sakura. Yes, I'm just, well, it's... As luck would have it, all thoughts flew out of my head as soon as I imagined the image of Madara. You don't have to answer. And the corners of his lips lifted in a mocking grin. Just like Madara. Izuna ruffled my hair and disappeared through the door. I pressed my hands to my burning cheeks. And then I suddenly realized that I was not just worried about Madara, but I was missing him wildly. For the rest of the day, I tried to distract myself with books, but my thoughts constantly returned to the desert. How is your brother, father? When will Madara return? Clasping my hands together and bringing them to my lips, I began to pray to the gods to protect them all. The sun had already set below the horizon, turning the sky red. Footsteps were heard along the corridor. May. Izuna stood outside the door. Madara has returned. I immediately jumped up and opened my shoji. Izuna looked tired, but still he came to tell me about it. Thank you for saying that, Izuna-kun. I can. Of course he's in his bedroom. My brother is very tired, but I think he will not drive you away. I quickly made my way to the bedroom. Knocking softly, I opened the door and entered, silently closing it behind me. You're back. Madara stood by the bed and methodically unwrapped a bandage from his right hand, only briefly glancing at me. I stepped a little closer. Are you injured? The voice sounded awkward. Slightly hurt. It's all right, May, he replied flatly. This is not how I imagined our meeting. Everything is fine. My family. You have nothing to worry about. And then I exploded. How is that nothing to worry about? Do you have any idea how worried I was all this time? You didn't even say anything to me when you left. You didn't write to me. Don't you have a heart? Madara leaned forward a little, as if he was about to take a step forward, but still remained standing in place. Worried? Then eyebrows converged on the bridge of the nose. For me? I closed the remaining distance between us and looked into the black eyes. For you. Let me see. I glanced at the wounded arm. No, it's my dominant hand. The corner of his lips twitched. I practiced a lot. Well, please, I promise that if I realize that I can't cope, I will immediately call Sakura. You don't need to call anyone. Madara flopped wearily on the edge of the bed. If you want to, I don't need to be told twice. I sat down next to him and examined the wound. The wound was incised, with even edges, although quite deep. It was already beginning to drag on, but he must have been in a lot of pain. I rubbed my palms together to warm them up and brought them to the wound, gently releasing the chakra. I tried to keep the flow as even as possible, and gradually increased it. Madara winced and winced. I immediately slowed down the flow. If I can't do it completely, at least I'll ease the pain. But the wound slowly but surely healed, and in the end, completely disappeared, leaving an even scar. Sorry, there will be a scar. I looked up guiltily. It doesn't matter at all. You surprised me, May, Madara said. I couldn't help smiling. Didn't you miss me? A little bolder, I asked. And you? I paused for a bit, collecting my thoughts. Can I hug you? I suddenly asked. Madara seems to be confused. He looked at me for a moment, and then nodded slightly. I immediately hugged him as tightly as I could. Leaning my head on his shoulder, I whispered, I really missed you. Don't ever be gone for so long again. After these words, I felt strong hands on my back. Me too. I missed you, Madara said softly. It seemed to me that I would never find the strength to let him go, but still I had to. Madara, I suddenly said. If one of the parents is not an Uchiha, then the child will not have a Sharingan. Why ask? Madara was surprised. Just answer. Well, this is, of course, unlikely, but it may well be. The Uchiha has strong genetics, but anything is possible. Then why did you ban Uchiha marriages? I didn't understand. I only banned marriages between relatives, May. Besides, so our kids won't have the Sharingan? Madara stopped abruptly and glared at me. What did you say? Children? Ours? Well, yes. Why are you so surprised? I'll bear you children. How many do you want? Madara seems to be completely confused. It looked so touching. Never thought about it, he muttered. And I want 3. I said dreamily, and let them all be with your eyes. May, you don't seem to be yourself. Why not yourself? I love your eyes, I said softly. I've been meaning to tell him this for a long time. This trip in 3 weeks ruined everything. But thanks to him, I realized how important Madara is to me. And when did he get so close to my heart? Do you love? It seems that I unsettled the Uchiha. His voice sounded so strange. Only my eyes? Not only at all, I smiled. But I won't say anything more. Madara looked at me with wide eyes, and it seems that he did not know at all what to do. Can I stay with you today? I asked. I'm very tired. He finally breathed out. I just want to be with you a little longer. Will you let me? I looked at him hopefully. Madara was silent for perhaps 5 whole minutes. I already thought that he would kick me out now. This is your bedroom too, he said softly. Equals 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 chapter 8 equals 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 equals. When I woke up in the morning, I found that Madara was no longer in the bedroom. I didn't even hear when he left. Sighing, I dreamily put my hand to my cheek, remembering hugging Madara in my sleep all night. What did he feel? I was insanely interested in what Madara was thinking. He said that he also missed me, which means that he feels something. Even though there was nothing between us, I suddenly felt that we had become a little closer. Quickly dressing in yesterday's kimono, I decided to go to the baths. These baths were one wooden room, in which there was a large depression with hot water in the middle. Everything was finished with wood, and fragrant herbs hung on the walls. I really liked the Uchiha baths, and I hoped that when we moved to the almost completed village, the baths would be just as good. When I got to the door, I found that it was locked. I listened and realized that someone was already there. Well, I'm late. I sighed and turned around to go back when I heard a familiar voice. Izuna-kun, in case someone comes, what if Madara-sama? Sakura's voice was muffled. Madara was already here early in the morning. It's almost noon now. No one will come. Izuna's voice replied. What? I cupped my reddened cheeks in my hands. What are Sakura and Izuna doing in the baths? Oh, Kami. I quickly walked back home as quietly as possible. I'll wait a bit in my room. Of course, you stupid woman, I thought to myself, what else can they do together in the baths? But did Sakura decide to take such a step? What an irony, an unmarried friend jumped me, a married woman. But everything is much simpler for them, they love each other. And then another thought came into my head. And what if something like this happens between me and Madara? Stop, not if, but when, May. And what? Of course, I was taught how to treat a man, but that's just a theory. Each person is individual. This is where I got a little embarrassed. Don't ask Sakura things like that. In an attempt to kill some time, I decided to find out where Madara had gone. Apparently, he got up much earlier than me. Yesterday, I told him such things. Yes, it was almost a confession. Doesn't he want to tell me something? Madara was not in the office, so I went to the main hall, where all interclan meetings usually took place. But it was empty there too. Where did he go? Is it a trip again? Can't be. He must have gone to Konoha. The construction of the village was in full swing. The quarter for the Uchiha clan was almost ready. Probably went to take a job. Deciding to make the most of my time, I took the book that Sakura gave me recently from the room and headed to the backyard. It was always sunny there, and the servants did not flicker there. I turned a corner and heard a strange sound of air being cut. As I got closer, I saw him. Madara Uchiha, wearing a simple dark blue kikoji with a clan symbol on his back, wielding a katana, practiced the moves in an imaginary duel. His movements were so polished and smooth that I involuntarily admired. Her hair, always carelessly disheveled, was now gathered in a low ponytail, and the fabric of clothes stuck to her body in some places caused unwelcome thoughts in her head. Madara, of course, noticed me. My cheeks flushed as I met his eyes, and I lowered my gaze. I thought there was no one here, I muttered. But Madara pretended that I was not there, and continued his work. I was even taken aback by surprise. What is he, in general, or what? Turning away from the Uchiha, I sat under a sprawling cherry blossom tree and opened the book. Of course, I only pretended to read. In fact, I was stealing glances in Madara's direction, watching his dance. It could not be called otherwise, because he moved so smoothly and precisely. Teach me the same, I blurted out, unable to stand it. Madara stopped and raised an eyebrow in question. I got up, putting down the book, and walked a little closer to him. May, the Uchiha said in a slightly broken voice. You're an Iranian. Sakura didn't tell you that your main task is to heal people. You should avoid combat as much as possible.
Sakura told me.
I sighed. The fact that Madara called me an Irinen, I really liked it. Even my heart beat faster.
Then why are you asking me to teach you how to wield a katana?
His voice seemed so attractive to me. Is it just today, or have I always liked him so much?
I'm not going to fight. It's just, she's so beautiful and dangerous at the same time. Can you at least just hold me?
In fact, Madara is right. A good command of taijutsu is enough for an Irinen. But I wanted more than just being an Irinen. Madara sighed.
Fine.
Maybe a few tricks really won't hurt you. Come here, I'll show you how to hold it properly. I walked over and took the outstretched weapon in my hand.
So easy,
I said. Madara chuckled and walked around behind me. Hold with both hands. This is a fighting stance, but only at the beginning. Then it should become an extension of your hand. I grabbed the handle with 2 hands. Standing behind me, Madara grabbed my palms with his, slightly lifting them, giving the correct position to the weapon in my hands. One of his feet hit my sandal lightly on the inside.
Feet a little wider,
he said seriously.
Leading foot a little behind. I followed all the instructions and noted that it is really more convenient. But Madara was standing close behind. I could feel the heat emanating from his body, as well as the breath that stirred the hair on the top of my head.
Remember this stance, May? Yeah, how not to remember, I thought sarcastically. Now I felt the urge to speak to him immediately, because I still wanted.
Madara,
I said softly.
What do you think of what I said to you yesterday? May,
I felt his breath near my ear.
What you told me yesterday, I have already heard hundreds of times. Like this? I thought it was a confession. Somewhere inside I felt a shiver.
But
I hesitated.
I wanted to tell you.
I'm not worried at all about how many children you want to give birth to me and what kind of eyes you want them to have. Not whether you miss me or not, May.
What then?
I whispered back.
Your feelings.
Madara's voice was barely audible. I turned to face him and looked into his black eyes. Are my feelings important to you? I asked doubtfully.
Do you think I only think about war, battles, and clan issues?
No, May, I'm a human being just like you. Many girls are ready to give birth to a bunch of heirs for me, just to be the wife of the head of the Uchiha, or at least somehow be connected with me. Madara gently took the katana from my hand and gently lowered it into its sheath. I stared blankly at his face. When I said those words, that's not what I meant at all.
I still can't understand, May, why you didn't go after Tobirama, but ran here and married me.
His face was serious. There was neither mockery nor mockery. To be honest, it was a completely spontaneous decision. I was in despair. And I didn't know who you were. Izunakuen told me that it was just a formality. Probably, she expected that in this way I would remain free, while fulfilling the will of my father. But everything turned out to be wrong, Madara. And I do not regret that this happened. And how did it turn out?
I think it was fate. Do you believe in fate? He asked. I believe. Are you not?
I don't know,
Madara replied thoughtfully.
In my life, I believed in fate only once. Will you tell? I asked.
There is nothing to tell here. There was a war, and I had brothers. I defended them with all my might, but death still found. Madara looked into my face. Why did you think that the meeting with me was destined?
Well, I felt it,
I replied timidly.
Even when I was a little girl, I promised myself that I would marry the man I would love. Maybe that's why I ran away from Senju.
Wanted to find it. Madara narrowed his eyes. And how are you doing? He asked coldly.
Looks like I found it. Found my destiny. You asked me about feelings, and so I admit them. Madara stood and silently peered into my eyes. Finally, he said,
Confessions always come out differently than you imagine them to be? Probably.
I smiled slightly. His eyes softened, but he remained silent.
Admitting how you feel is not always easy.
I began again.
Will you accept them?
If you don't like me, I'll understand. Just please don't use my feelings, please. That's it. I have nothing more to say. It was only now that I noticed how strongly my heart was pounding. It suddenly became so scary. I was afraid that he would say that I was indifferent to him.
I accept them.
His voice broke the tense silence. Is it true? For some reason, I couldn't believe what I was hearing.
Maybe it really is destiny. You're right. Acknowledging feelings is not easy. But since you recognize them, then I'm no worse. I also admit. Now his face didn't look like it used to. I smiled slightly. He's right. The confessions don't look like what you imagine them to be. Madara walked over to the very tree where I had recently been sitting, and casually sat down under the spreading branches. I walked over and sat next to him. He seemed thoughtful and looked off into the distance. I plucked up the courage to gently take his hand in mine. Madara looked at me with his black eyes.
I
said softly, embarrassed by this look.
I want to give you tenderness. I want to make you feel that you are needed.
Madara looked me in the face. A gust of wind, strong but warm, passed through the crowns of the trees, bringing the scent of flowers. I carefully brushed a strand of hair, obscenely obscuring part of his face. His eyes wandered absently over my face, and I could not understand what he was thinking now. From that imperious and confident Madara that was then in the office, now there was no trace.
Do you doubt something?
I asked, squeezing his fingers lightly.
In my words?
Madara shook his head. The corners of his lips turned up slightly.
May, I'm afraid that I won't be able to make you happy, that I won't live up to your expectations.
His voice sounded sad.
I don't have any expectations, Madara. You accepted my feelings, and that made me happy. And let's just be here and now. No need to think about gloomy scenarios. I will love you under any circumstances. My cheeks began to burn, and I want you to love me too.
You have an amazing ability. Did you know about it?
An ironic smile played on his lips. Which?
Speak so that I believe,
he said, a centimeter away from my lips. This distance quickly disappeared. As soon as I felt his lips on mine, the world seemed to cease to exist. Thoughts are gone, only sensations remain. This kiss was somehow greedy, crazy. There was an absolute emptiness in my head. I did not even understand who the initiator of such incontinence was. It can't be. He? Both of us? My hand flew up and my fingers tangled in his hair. I felt his hands on my face, and then on my shoulders, and then in the hair. His hand clenched into a fist at the back of my head, preventing me from pulling away. But I didn't want that. Now it's like the wall that had been standing between us has collapsed. I wanted this kiss to never end. My hands went down to his neck, fingertips sliding over his skin. There was not enough air for a long time, and I grabbed it in those seconds when Madara pulled away, so that the next moment he would greedily bite into my mouth again. I had to stop, otherwise, I knew it, everything would happen right here, under a tree in the backyard of the estate. You cannot do it this way. Or is it possible? Why, in fact, is not possible? Why rules? I myself said recently that you need to be here and now. But Madara's hand was on my thigh, the other was on my back, causing a strange desire for more. What do I want him to do? While I was mentally asking myself questions, his lips touched my neck, forcing me to noisily exhale the tiny amount of air that was still in my lungs. Madara didn't ask me anything, didn't look meaningfully, as some maids told me back when I lived in the desert. They said that this is how a man seeks approval and permission. But it seems that Madara did not need any of this.
May, we have to get out of here.
I heard him whisper incoherently.
Why?
I whispered back and opened my eyes.
Then, so that I don't, so that.
Madara suddenly looked seriously into my face. What? I didn't understand.
May, they might come here.
He breathed.
Then let's go where they can't go.
I winked slightly, but he saw.
Madara, you always know how to ruin a moment.
Are you crazy? It was clear how he was amused by all this. I thought that such well-mannered girls do not allow such spontaneity. Madara got up, and I got up after him. Turning around, he looked towards the manor. It is now around noon. All the servants are busy either cleaning or preparing dinner.
You don't need to appear reserved and well-mannered. I can see that neither you nor I want to leave here. So why should we deny ourselves our desires? I pulled the Uchiha by the sleeve and immediately found myself pressed against the tree trunk. Madara ran the tip of his nose down my neck, causing a wave of heat. If you regret,
I will never regret a single moment spent with you,
I whispered, running my hand down the stiff fabric of the kikiji.
Whether in our bedroom or in the backyard of this estate.
I barely had time to utter the last sounds, as Madara imperiously covered my lips. I answered no less passionately, sliding my palms up on my forearms, leaning my body towards him. I was completely unaware of these sensations and emotions, from which I lost my head. But I knew exactly what I wanted. I want it. Right now. And I don't give a damn about the fact that I'm a well-bred girl, that this is the backyard of the estate. Here the estate ended, there was a forest behind. Border of training field and tall grass. The obi was quickly untied and fell to the ground. Madara took a few steps around the thick tree trunk, ending up on the side of the forest. The moment my wet tongue slid down the crook of my neck, I instantly forgot everything I had been taught and told about men. It's not just a man. This is Madara. I squeezed the fabric of his kikiji somewhere on my shoulder. I wasn't afraid at all. No. I knew that the first time was not pleasant enough, they told me. But there was no fear. It just disappeared. Now I understood what Sakura was talking about. Under a deft movement of the hand, the kimono slid off her shoulders. Every time he touched my skin, my body shook. I felt like I was suffocating. I could hear my heavy, rapid breathing mingling with Madara's convulsive exhalations. With weakened hands, I pulled off the top of the kikiji. The smell of his body drove me crazy. I felt like I wasn't me anymore.
Madara!
I breathed out the name, running my hands over the Uchiha's bare shoulders.
I want you,
I whispered softly against his ear. Crazy goosebumps walked all over his body, and it seemed that they were even inside, turning inside out and forcing him to bend towards his hands. Madara lifted me by the hips, pushing me harder against the tree trunk. One hand went down, touching where no one else, making him gasp and run his fingers along his back with pressure.
You'll be fine with me.
His voice sounded hoarse against my ear.
Don't wait any longer,
I begged. I didn't have to ask twice. Because Madara himself could no longer wait, I saw it, I felt it. At first, the sensations were rather strange, but then Madara leaned forward sharply, and I felt a sharp pain. Madara found my lips. Again push and again this pain. I couldn't help but groan in pain, instinctively grabbing my hands on his hips and trying to pull away. What is it? Why does it hurt so much? Again, a wave of pain spread in the lower abdomen.
Madara,
I groaned.
Stop.
I can't.
I heard his voice answer. Of course, it's stupid to ask him to stop. But I was told that it was only a momentary pain. Why then?
Madara squeezed my hips hard, and again a sharp wave of pain, and then something warm tickled the skin on my thigh.
It hurt, but not like that anymore. And then completely new sensations mixed with pain. It's so strange. The intertwining of hands, the merging of lips, his exhalations on the verge of groans.
An
unrestrained groan. My. His? These sensations seemed to fill me to the brim, overflowing. It was all like madness. Irregular inhalations and exhalations turned into poorly restrained moans. More. I feel good with you. To the point of madness.
Madara groaned,
clenching a lock of my hair into a fist.
I can't.
Of course, I understood what was happening. I felt large waves of trembling passing through his body, already at the time of these words. For me, everything was for the first time, and I knew perfectly well that a man needs much less time. You should not expect much from the first time. But from the thought that he felt good, from these hoarse half-exhalations, half-groans, something seemed to break inside. I heard my own low scream, and then a groan as I ran my fingers down his back. Legs were shaking. There wasn't enough air. I looked into his eyes, and I wanted to laugh.
Madara smiled too. He didn't smile, he just smiled. Restoring my breath and the frantic beating of my heart, I slid down the tree trunk down onto the grass. Madara knelt beside him.
It seems to me that we need to go to the baths,
he said thoughtfully.
And you were right. Things that happen spontaneously are beautiful,
he added a little later, leaning back on the trunk of an old sakura. Chapter 9 Commentary on Chapter 9. Thanks to everyone who has been waiting for the sequel. You are just heroes. Madara was away for the next few days, settling some business at the border. I tried to devote time to training, but the excitement for Madara did not want to let me go. No, I didn't doubt him, not at all. But can words calm a loving heart? Indeed, since the day I opened my heart to Uchiha Madara, my life has been divided into before and after. Now I could not imagine how I used to live without him. Every day I waited for him to return, tried to occupy myself with various things. I read books, practiced healing, even helped grumpy old Eiko around the house. But the moment when Madara taught me to hold a katana did not go out of my head. Probably because from that moment it all started. I took this as a sign and decided to continue my studies, deciding to at least master this type of weapon well. Healing is healing, but somehow you still need to be able to stand up for yourself. Since Madara was still away, I decided to turn to Izuna, who for some reason remained in the clan. Probably Madara himself insisted on this, because the clan needs a leader at any time, and besides Izuna, Madara did not trust anyone so much. The younger Uchiha willingly agreed to teach me the basics of wielding a katana.
First you need to pick up your weapon,
he said. So the next day, Izuna took me to the manor where the man lived and made weapons for the clan.
There is no armory in Konoha yet, but I think there will be one soon,
Izuna said. How will I understand that this is exactly my katana? I wondered.
Believe me, you will understand this,
the Uchiha answered.
After all, only
your
katana will lie in your palm so that it becomes an extension of your hand. Will fit you in size, weight. I mumbled thoughtfully in response. But when we arrived and the master began to offer me various copies, I understood exactly what Izuna was talking about. Everything the hilt, even the style of forging mattered. And I could not
recognize
exactly my sword. Either it was too heavy, or it was too long, or it was uncomfortable to fit in the palm, or the handle was too long. Izuna clicked his tongue in displeasure, and I was already pretty tired and desperate. It's not all that. Do you have anything else? The price is not important,
Izuna said. I know you will definitely like it. The master perked up. Follow me. Look, he took out a long wooden case and opened it. This one was made in a single copy using special technologies. For my niece. But unfortunately, she did not have time to use it. The master became sad. I carefully took up my weapon. There is a different style of forging. It is strong yet very lightweight. The katana turned out to be really light, and its hilt was rough, which prevented the hand from slipping. The guard was not wide, but it was not too small either. Izuna said that a guard that is too bulky is not suitable for beginners, and only gets in the way in combat. The blade itself was forged in such a way that it seemed as if it consisted of several faces, but at the same time it was flat, and at the end it forked into two parts. A gilded dragon was engraved along the blade, and it was written,
"Do not bear unnecessarily. Izuna-kun, I think I found the right katana." I want to take it. How much do you want for it? Izuna asked the master.
I will give it to you as a gift, he answered. It was created to bring light. And besides you, Mei-san, I don't want to give it away or sell it to anyone. I want her to serve for the good, bring only good. And only in your hands, I am sure, Mei-san. You will not kill for the sake of killing. When I got home, I immediately started training. The teacher from Izuna was quite strict, but also patient and fair. By the end of the day, I had mastered the stance firmly, and also learned a few easy tricks. Izuna explained how to calculate the weak point of the enemy, from which side to enter in this or that case. He told which places are the most vulnerable, and what needs to be monitored in the first place. One of the main rules is to keep a cool head. What if I get scared?
Fear kills the mind, Mei. Fear is death. Never allow yourself to be afraid of the enemy.
What if I drop my sword?
After all, this can be.
The sword is an extension of your hand. Say, will you drop your hand? You're right. You can't drop your hand. But I was still so afraid that the katana would be knocked out of my hands in battle that I began to tie it to my hand with a handkerchief. But even here, Izuna found a benefit.
Because it is tied, you can release it from your hand for certain tricks, and then return it with a handkerchief. I call this technique the katana dance. In certain cases, it can even save a life. But don't use it too often. After a few days of training, I even got into the weapon. Increasingly, I began to think how beautiful this katana is. I was so engrossed in the new experiences that after several days of training, I didn't even ask Izuna where Sakura had gone. In the evening, after another training, returning to my room, I decided to write a letter to Madara. I'm already completely exhausted, not knowing when he will return. I sat down at my table and prepared to write when there was a knock on the door. The door opened and the old woman Eiko came in. Eiko-san? Something happened? I got up from the table. I was busy today. That's why I came so late. I came to say that I called the doctor for you tomorrow.
The doctors?
I wondered.
But why Eiko-san? I'm not sick. Why do I need a doctor?
If she were healthy, Madara-sama would have given birth to an heir long ago.
I called the doctor to check you out. If you prove infertile, Madara will take a concubine. Is that what you decided? I narrowed my eyes.
Or did Madara-sama say that? Madara will do anything for the good of his clan.
Eiko snapped. I'm healthy, rest assured. I exclaimed angrily, pushing the old woman out the door. Here's the cheeky one. Yes, I would have given birth to Madara as many heirs as she wanted, so that she knew. It's just that no one knows that our relationship has just reached a new level. And how good it is that she didn't think of doing it sooner. That would be a scandal if it turned out during the examination that I was a virgin. Here's an old witch. As I plopped down on the bed, I imagined the old hag's face when the doctor said I was in perfect health. There was another knock on the door. Sighing, I went to open it. I parted my shoji and froze in the doorway. For a few moments, I just stood and looked at the tall figure in a black cloak, and then rushed to hug.
You're back,
I said softly, squeezing my arms tighter and burying my face in the fabric of my cloak, inhaling its scent. Madara's hands closed around my waist, holding me tighter.
I missed you,
his voice whispered close to his ear. Thank the gods, you're all right, I whispered, wrapping my arms around his neck, drowning in black pools of eyes. Madara poked me in the hair, with a noise drawing in the air through his nose. I pulled away and lifted my head, looking at his pale face.
You look tired. Madara, you haven't even changed your clothes since the road.
I thought about you. As soon as he arrived, he immediately arrived. You do not want to see me? Madara spoke softly.
What are you saying?
I took his hand in mine and raised it to my lips, gently touching the cool skin with them.
I was waiting for you so much.
Madara quickly pulled his hand out of my hands and cupped my face, pressing his lips to mine. At first, the kiss was cautious, I would even say uncertain, But at some point it turned into a greedy, insatiable, and domineering one. I closed my eyes and ran my fingers through his hair, surrendering to the moment and my feelings. I just loved the feel of his hair sliding between my fingers. It gave me a sense of power. I went crazy from the touch of his lips. They seemed so sweet to me. This feeling was like when, after a long drought, you finally drink water. Madara pulled away for just a second to gulp some air, once again sucking into my mouth greedily. I answered him with no less passion.
"What have you done to me?"
he whispered, kissing my neck.
"I've gone mad." "Me too,"
I gasped. "I thought about you all the time. I could not forget."
"And you don't have to. Never forget about me,"
I breathed.
"Come here."
Madara jerked me closer to him, thereby pulling me completely outside, out the door of the room, into the cool of the night. Clothes flew to the floor. All thoughts flew out of my head. There was only him. There were only his hands, his face, his lips, his eyes.
"Wait, Madara," I whispered. "We're in the hallway. They can see us here. Don't tell me it doesn't turn you on,"
the Uchiha croaked, biting into his sensitive earlobe. I had nothing to say. I wanted it. Right now, and not a minute later. I didn't want to waste a single second to enter the room, to close the doors. I wanted to live in the moment without putting it off for later, and not interrupting all its uniqueness. I enjoyed his smell, his special smell, from which thoughts were lost in space. The remains of clothes were scattered over the wooden floor, polished to a shine the day before. The touch of bare skin, the intertwining of his lips, his rapid, heavy breathing. All of this caused waves of trembling in me. The touch of his hands, so powerful and so sensitive. Now it didn't matter at all that the slightly rough column that supported the ceiling of the young Eva, to which I was pressed, could scratch the skin. Now there was only Madara. We gave ourselves to each other, as if we had not seen each other for many years, and as if we would not see each other for many more. It became absolutely indifferent to the fact that we are almost on the street. It seems like we both forgot about everything. When the first wave of passion subsided a little, Madara, still breathing heavily and smiling slightly, picked up his cloak from the floor and threw it around my shoulders.
"Let's go into the room,"
he said, putting his arm around my shoulders. When we entered, the Uchiha immediately collapsed onto the unfolded bed.
"You need to rest,"
I said, sitting down beside him.
"Only if you stay with me,"
Madara grunted, tugging at my arm, thereby laying me next to me. I propped myself up on my elbow and brushed the unruly black hair from his face.
"I can't even believe it,"
I suddenly said.
"When I first saw you, I would never have thought that everything would go so far. Especially since I will love you so much."
"Do you love me?" The Uchiha raised an eyebrow mockingly.
"More than anything,"
I replied, lightly touching the corner of his smirk with my lips. Madara suddenly turned serious and looked into my eyes. "I didn't imagine either. That you will become such an important person to me." "How important?" I smiled.
"There is no one dearer to me than you and your brother. You are the most precious thing I have." Madara paused for a moment and then said, "May, what's happened?" I asked, using the fingers of my right hand to draw designs on his forearm.
"You agree. Will you give me an heir?"
His voice sounded somewhat unsure. "Why are you asking about this?" "Of course, we will have children." I buried my face in his hair, burying my nose in his neck. "I missed you so much, Madara. Never leave me so long again."
"I can't promise you that, May, you know."
"Speaking of children,"
I suddenly remembered.
"Your crazy nanny thinks I'm barren and called a doctor to see me."
"She only thinks how to kill me from the world." The Uchiha's low laugh was heard. "What's so funny?" I muttered. "Let the doctor come." "Don't be so angry. Eiko doesn't know anything. Now let's rest,"
Madara replied. "Of course, we managed to fall asleep only after a few hours. We couldn't let go of each other's arms, enjoying each other until dawn. Before, I never imagined that I could love someone so much." but Madara became dearer to me than life.
It seemed that if he died, I would die too. Of course, things did not allow Madara to lie down, so he left while I was sleeping. I had barely had breakfast when Eiko dragged the doctor into my room. It turned out to be an elderly man. "I will not undress," I said. Eiko scrunched up her face.
"You don't need to undress, Mei-sama,"
the doctor said good-naturedly.
"I'll scan you with chakra."
"Oh, is it possible? You just need to lie down." I followed the doctor's instructions. After the examination, the doctor looked at me with a serious look. Eiko craned her neck in curiosity.
"Well, Mei-sama,"
the doctor said to me, ignoring all of Eiko's attempts to intervene between us.
"you have a little problem. It will be very problematic for you to get pregnant. This is due to the structure of the uterus." But the doctor raised his index finger and finally looked at the old Nani. "I can't say that you are infertile. In fact, you can have children. Pray to the gods to send an heir to you and Madara-sama as soon as possible." Eiko's eyes sparkled with triumph. When the doctor left, she hissed,
"I thought there was something wrong with you. Madara-sama needs a concubine. It is not known whether the gods will hear such an atheist as you." Chapter 10
"Madara, you need a concubine,"
Eiko insisted, glaring sternly at the head of the Uchiha clan. "Why, Eiko? I also have a wife. She will give me as many heirs as we both want. May she not give birth to anyone for you." The Nani snorted.
"The doctor said she had a problem with that. I personally attended the inspection." Madara raised his eyebrows questioningly. "Yes, you understand already." Eiko crossed her arms.
"You don't have to love and live with a concubine.
Make her a baby and that's it. Don't be stubborn." Madara sighed wearily.
"Maybe May and I need a little more time. I'm young, May too. We will still have children. Why so hurry?" "They will, and thank Kami. But what if not? You do not take into account that the situation in the country is still very unstable. Nobody wants to live in the unknown, Madara. And so the council and the people in the clan will be calm."
"Fine.
If May doesn't conceive within 3 months, then it's your way. I'll take a concubine. Pass it on to the elders."
"You made the right decision,"
the old woman said in a patronizing tone, nodding.
"The construction of Konoha is complete. I have decided to invite your clan here. It will be better for everyone,"
Madara said.
"Yes. I wanted to ask you about it myself."
"By the way, when are we moving?"
I asked. "May, I have to tell you something."
Madara looked away. "Something happened?" I got worried.
"I sent a message to your father a week ago. Tomorrow I personally have to go to the deserts and supervise the crossing. And one more thing. The Council of Elders gave us 3 months to conceive an heir, otherwise I would have to take a concubine. Sorry, 3 months, that's all I could agree on. Tell me what the doctor said to you." I was taken aback by his words. I didn't know what to say now. Whether to scold me for not telling me about my clan's move, or to ask me to be careful on the way, or... Did Eiko finally get her way? Can't be.
I can have Madara's children. You can't.
I stammered. What did the doctor say? Madara repeated, this time in a harder tone, which will be more difficult than others, due to the nature of the structure. But I'm not barren. Honestly, believe me, I also really want to give you an heir. We will succeed. I gave up. Now I was very scared that Madara would refuse me, and I wanted to promise him whatever he wanted, but I knew that I could not. I was afraid not to justify his hopes, not to fulfill my main duty as the first woman of the clan. Madara took a deep breath.
I really hope and I will pray to the gods,
he said wearily.
Me too,
I whispered. There was silence in the office for a few minutes, and then Madara said,
I would like to spend this day with you. Shall we take a walk?
I smiled slightly, nodding in response. Today was a very warm and beautiful day. It was my first time outside the clan territory. It was very beautiful here, and I admired this beauty of the local nature. Madara led me to the edge of the forest, where there was a huge meadow overgrown with flowers. There were lupins, poppies, and other flowers that were still unknown to me. So beautiful, I breathed. I would like to give you all the flowers of this world, Madara said thoughtfully. But now I can only give you this clearing. A slight smile touched his lips. They are beautiful, but the most valuable gift for me is your heart, especially in light of recent events. It's yours, May, he replied calmly. Never doubt it. I wanted to answer, object, but Madara put his hand to my lips. Don't even argue, he said authoritatively. Love for you is not at all the love with which I love my brother or clan. She is what makes my heart full, gives my life even more meaning. And no concubine will change that. I covered his hand with mine and kissed his fingertips. Until now, the feelings I had for this man had left me in disarray. When he was around, I wanted to look only at him. I saw only him alone. Stretching, I wrapped my arms around Uchiha's neck and pressed my lips to his. Gently, slowly, and sensually, I kissed him, closing my eyes, surrendering to this moment. Forgetting myself, I did not notice how the kisses from the lips moved to the face, cheekbones, cheeks. And Madara didn't really mind. He gently laced his fingers through my hair, brushing the strands silently through them. Lost in this moment, I did not notice how we ended up on the ground, and the tall stems of flowers and uncut grass seemed to rise high, high above our heads. Pulling away, I looked into the obsidian eyes. But I never thought about feelings, Madara said thoughtfully. The feelings of others or my own were not important to me. I thought that I was simply getting married for the sake of fulfilling my duty as the head, and whether my wife would love me, and even more so whether I myself would experience any emotions, I did not care at all. If that had happened, I would have lost a lot, he smiled, twisting the blade of grass between his fingers. Any woman of the clan would give a lot to be your wife, I replied. This is true. But there is no question of love here. They want status, power, to prove to others something I don't know. If I married Tobirama, I would never be able to love him. Now I know for sure. I so want to promise you that you won't have to take any concubine. And if you do have to, promise me that she will never take my place in your heart. Madara squeezed my hand in his and pressed it to him where my heart was pounding evenly and strongly. Never doubt it, he breathed. The next moment I felt his lips. Powerful, sensual, with a touch of anise. Each of his touch made the breath go astray, and like current discharges ran through the body. I wonder if in 5-10 years, will I experience the same thing? The kisses became demanding, passionate, and I could never resist him. On the contrary, I loved the moments when we were so close. For me, it was of particular importance. Later, when we were lying side by side on the grass, I hooked my fingers on him and said softly, "Please take care of yourself during this expedition. The desert is still dangerous. No, not like this. Promise me that you will be careful not to take unnecessary risks," I insisted. Madara sighed. Well, without good reasons, I won't take risks. We soon had to part. Madara left to prepare for the expedition, and in the meantime, I ran to look for Sakura. I found her at home. Sleepily, Sakura opened the door and, opening one eye, said, "Who needs what again?" "Sakura." I was surprised. "What is it with you?" Sakura immediately started up and began to smooth her hair with her hand. "May, did something go wrong?" "What's wrong with you?" I pushed my friend into the house and closed the door. Raising my eyebrows suspiciously, I looked at the girl. Sakura waved her hand. "I was just operating all day. I was tired. I didn't want to sleep. I was waiting for Izuna. I laid down for a minute. Damn it! What if he came and I slept?" I smiled. Sakura looked so cute when she was worried.
Don't worry, if you came, see you later.
Probably. What brought you to me? Sakura. So, do you have any herbs that will help me get pregnant faster? Of course. But what's the matter, May? I seem to have a problem with that. And the Council of Elders has given me 3 months, or Madara will be forced to take a concubine. Oh, Cammy, May. Let's go, I'll scan you.
I don't think this is a good idea. Old Eiko has already called the doctor to see me.
What if she bribed him?
For him to say so, Sakura explained.
Then why can't I still get pregnant?
I asked in bewilderment.
The old woman could make you believe it. You know, self-hypnosis is sometimes a terrible thing. Let's go!
Sakura took my hand and led me into the room. Sakura silently scanned me with her chakra for a while. Her brows furrowed disapprovingly. Well, what is there? I squirmed impatiently. Sakura exhaled, and the greenish glow disappeared.
You can't get pregnant because you have 2 wombs, May.
But how does that get in the way?
I was surprised. In my opinion, it's even better.
You didn't listen to me. It's pathological, May. Your reproductive system is functioning, but not as it should. And even if I give you herbs and you succeed, you will not be able to carry a child.
What to do, Sakura?
Is there anything that can be done? I looked pleadingly at my friend.
You see, May,
Sakura raised her index finger.
You weren't told all the information, and if you didn't want to trust me, you might get pregnant, but fortunately, I can help you.
Is it true? I said hopefully. I can eliminate the anomaly in the development of the uterus, and then you will already drink your herbs. But May needs surgery.
I agree,
I blurted out.
I trust you completely, Sakura. Okay, I'll need a few days of preparation, and we're just starting the move tomorrow. Izuna was left in charge of it. So after the move, I'll be ready to do the operation.
Thank you. You have no idea how much this means to me. I will definitely repay you. No need, May. You are my friend. The best and only. Like sister. And I totally understand your feelings. I myself feel terrible because Izuna wants to tell Madara-sama about us. I covered Sakura's hand with mine.
I promise Madara will approve of your relationship.
It's the least I can do for you. Sakura smiled wryly. After some more chatting with my friend, I returned to the estate to pack my things. While packing dresses, books, and all sorts of small things into boxes, she kept thinking about how vile this Eiko was. She deliberately arranged it. She wanted me to go through all the circles of hell, unsuccessfully trying to bear the air of the Uchiha. I would probably say that I am not capable of such things at all, that I am too weak. And in the end Madara would believe it. Well, no, Hag, you won't just take me like that. The next morning, the whole clan was ready to move. Madara left before dawn, taking a dozen of his most trusted people. And we, taking everything we needed, left this place forever. Since my last visit here, Konoha has changed a lot. Now this place felt like home. The Uchiha quarter was located on the outskirts, but I even liked it. Nature here was much more beautiful than in the center. There was a lot more greenery. After my life in the desert, I sincerely fell in love with the local nature. After I was allowed to choose my office and put my personal belongings there, I decided to talk to Izuna about his desire to tell Madara everything about his relationship with Sakura. I wanted to suggest doing it myself. Only the rebuilt residence, where, according to the plan, the leadership and the council will be located, I found without much effort. Tallest building in the village. Climbing to the 2nd floor, I found a door marked, Head. A village can't have multiple rulers, can it? And who will be the official leader? Knocking, I entered the office. The one sitting at the table was the one I least expected to see.
What an unpleasant meeting,
I muttered.
On the contrary,
Tobirama raised his head from the sheets of paper and ink.
I am very glad to see you.
Dear.
Actually, I was looking for Izuna. Perhaps I'll go.
New, drawled Tobirama,
getting up from the table and walking unsteadily towards me.
Wait a minute.
Are you drunk? I was surprised.
I was celebrating a housewarming party,
Drawled Hashirama's brother, stepping too close. I took a step back, but the albino roughly put his hand on the small of my back and pulled me closer.
Go away, you smell.
I grimaced.
It reeks of you, Mei-sama,
he said with a sneer.
It reeks of Uchiha from a kilometer away.
But now we'll fix it. In the blink of an eye, I was pressed against the wall, and Tobarama's paw rested on my thigh and crawled up along with the kimono fabric. How is he doing? Like this? He said sarcastically, snuggling closer, touching my neck with his lips. Let go now. You're drunk. Get away from me. I tried to break free, but Senju was much stronger even in this state. If you were sober, would you let me? He hissed in my ear.
Don't talk nonsense and let me go now,
or I will yell so that all Konoha will hear. He won't hear. And you scream. Maybe I even like it. Tobarama pulled the cloth sharply, and it obediently tore. Then with one hand, he pinned me to the wall, and with the other, he began to unbutton the belt of his trousers.
No technique is needed to take you,
he chuckled.
And now I will do just that.
It was meant to be, and you can't escape fate, May. I continued to rage furiously. Well, no, I'm not going to give up so easily. There was a rustle of trousers that fell to the floor, and then panic began to take over my mind.
No, please don't. You'll be sorry, fool.
Madara, Hashirama, I'll tell everyone,
I hissed.
They won't believe you,
he replied with a sneer, grabbing my hip painfully.
This Uchiha hypnotized you with his devilish eyes, but it's okay, I'll fix it now. Knock the door. I abruptly turned my head. Izuna was standing in the doorway, and his eyes were wide open. His gaze rested on the scraps of kimono fabric on the floor. Tobarama just as abruptly released me and pulled his pants back on in one motion.
Get away from me, you filthy woman,
he drawled. The husband is just over the threshold, and you are already to another. I looked confusedly at Tobarama, then at Izuna, who looked at me in bewilderment.
What are you talking about, you idiot?
I exclaimed angrily.
Izuna, don't listen to him. I'll explain everything. You'd better try,
the Uchiha said, and his voice sounded only disappointment. Chapter 11 You don't believe me? I looked at Izuna in surprise.
Just tell me what happened here, May.
His voice was even, but it was clear that he was excited.
I came here hoping to find you, Izuna. I wanted to talk to you, and here he is.
I pointed accusingly at Tobarama.
What are you talking about, you crazy lustful trash?
Tobarama hissed.
He attacked me and wanted to rape me, Izuna.
Black eyebrows converged on the bridge of his nose. Uchiha pricked up, his eyes sharpened.
I was just drinking here, alone.
And then this bitch appeared and shamelessly began to offer herself. I gasped in indignation. Is he such a dishonorable person?
Did I tear my own clothes too?
I protested.
If I wanted to give myself to you, idiot, would I be so glad that Izuna came here?
Izuna glared at Tobarama angrily. They already strongly disliked each other, but now it was important for me to prove at all costs that I was not lying.
Izuna, you can check everything. To see, so to speak, from the first person. I know that your Sharingan can do it. This was the last argument that came to my mind quite unexpectedly, like an insight. A nerve in Tobarama's cheek twitched. He realized how badly he had blundered. Izuna looked at me silently for a minute. I looked at him imploringly. Now my life could be shattered. It became scary.
Izuna, please!
My voice cracked. Madara's younger brother silently took a couple of steps towards me.
Who will I be if, having the opportunity, I don't run away personally? Or I don't run away? There's not much pleasant in this, but if you yourself give your consent. I give so many consents.
That is, I broke off, realizing that I was starting to talk nonsense. The corners of Izuna's lips twitched slightly. But he doesn't take my word for it.
I believe you, May,
the Uchiha said, as if reading my thoughts.
But now I want to make sure of it.
Black eyes flashed scarlet, and I looked into them without fear, allowing me to be pulled into the darkness. Pain shot through his head. Not strong, but tangible, pressing. And then Izuna's face appeared before his eyes again.
You've seen?
I would never lie to you,
I said strictly, looking into his eyes that looked at me with regret. Tobirama silently sat down at the table.
If my brother finds out about this, the world that is so important to everyone will end,
Izuna said harshly.
No,
I whispered softly.
We can't.
Tobirama, clenching his fists, sat at the table and stared at the younger Uchiha.
No one should know about this,
Izuna continued firmly.
I will keep it a secret. We must all be silent about this, for the sake of our brothers, and for the sake of the world that they have worked so long and hard to create. But if you, Tobirama, once again allow yourself such a thing, no one will be silent. Tobirama seemed to sober up at once.
Forgive me, May. I drank a lot and shouldn't have done it.
It's just that I can't understand why you did this, May. I sighed.
I won't explain anything to you, Tobirama. Face it, it's fate. I love Madara and will always love him. Do you love? He sneered. Well, love, but mark my words. This so-called love will take everything from you. Izuna snorted. Let's go, May. I silently followed Izuna out. While walking to the Uchiha quarter, Izuna was silent, and I did not dare to break this silence. The Uchiha stopped at the gate.
Madara should be back in a few days. You do realize he doesn't need to know about it, do you? I nodded. Izuna exhaled. May, I'm just confused. I believe you. I would have believed you without the Sharingan. I know.
Did you want to talk to me about something?
Izuna changed his tone to a more casual one.
Yes. I wanted to discuss your decision to tell Madara about you and Sakura.
Izuna, can I do it myself? I think it will be easier for Madara to accept this as normal, and maybe he won't mind.
No, May,
the Uchiha said without listening to the end.
I have to talk to my brother myself.
Am I a man or not? Madara will understand me, rest assured. Much more than you, I wish that Sakura and I could be together without hiding. It is completely useless to argue with the Uchiha, so I just nodded, giving him a reassuring smile. It's been 6 days since Madara's absence. Tobirama once again came to me in person to apologize. I accepted the apology, but it was hard to forget that he had almost ruined my life. During this time, I improved my sword technique a little. Sakura was not bothered. She knew that she was studying literature and preparing for the upcoming operation. To be honest, I wasn't worried at all. I had complete confidence in Sakura. Finally, at sunset on the 7th day, Madara returned. From my office, I heard the shoji disperse. In general, Madara looked the same as usual, but his face was paler than usual. I approached, helping to remove the heavy dusty cloak. How did everything go?
I asked. It's all right, don't worry. Your clan has been safely placed. You can see your father and brother tomorrow.
Thank Kami.
I sighed with relief.
I have news for you, but not now. Now I want to hug you as soon as possible. With these words, I threw my hands around his neck, but at this gesture he grimaced unnaturally. What's happened? I hesitated incomprehensibly.
The leg hurts,
the Uchiha muttered in response. Lowering my eyes, I noticed that the thigh was tightly tightened with a white cloth, through which blood stains appeared. What's wrong?
Just got hit a little by someone's katana.
Everything is fine. Not wanting to play mother hen, I tried to keep my voice even.
Let me have a look anyway. I'll bandage it, and maybe I can heal. Surprisingly, Madara did not resist and, limping a little, went into the bedroom. The cut was even,
but deep enough. Fortunately,
The artery was not affected, but the wound itself did not look very good. "Can you tell me what happened?" I asked, sitting on the sofa and washing the wound with a decoction of herbs that the servants had brought a few minutes earlier. "Yes, there is nothing special to say," Madara grimaced. "Your unfriendly neighbors decided to interfere a little." When I finished rinsing, I gently ran the chakra over my palms. I was quite capable of connecting tissues and muscles. True, I didn't do it as masterly as Sakura, and it took more time. But I was very glad that now I can help him. When she finished, she finally allowed herself to drown in the bottomless black eyes. Madara just looked at me intently. Unable to bear it, I tightly squeezed him in my arms, wrinkling the fabric of the shirt on my back, inhaling the smell of hair. It smelled of dust and sun. I pulled back to look at him again. "I missed you so much. So insanely bored." Madara raised his hand and took a strand of my hair and twisted it around his fingers. Words were superfluous. I didn't need him to say he loves or misses me. I saw it all in his eyes. "And let many wonder what I found in you," I whispered. "And what did you find?" he said softly. "Absolutely everything," I whispered, unable to restrain myself, pressed my lips to his. And again current discharges went through the body. Why does he have such an impact on me? Meanwhile, his fingers dug into my hair, and the insistent lips crushed mine, only to pull away after a few seconds and bite down on my neck. "MMM." I couldn't help it, gasping for breath. Now my fingers were entangled in black strands, squeezing them and releasing them. With my other hand, I clenched the Uchiha shirt into a fist, pulling it closer to me. "What have you done to me?" I whispered under my breath. Somewhere under the ribs, goosebumps walked, causing the body to tremble. I found his lips again, commandingly, imitating him, kissing them deeply, and not giving him a chance to pull away. Madara ran his hand down my back, pulling my kimono off sharply. I so enjoyed bringing him to a state where the mask of indifference and composure fell from him like a curtain. "Look at me," he said quietly. "Look into my eyes." I hardly opened my eyelids covered with pleasure and looked, immediately lost there. And so, without breaking eye contact, we became one. From the surging sensations, I even bit my lip until it bled. "Kami," I groaned. "No gods, just me," the Uchiha whispered in my ear. Every time I thought I was going crazy. It made me feel like I had drunk more than one bottle of sake. Deafening waves of pleasure like a storm. And my head was so empty. I enjoyed it. Catching his every breath, literally breathing it. He was my madness. Later, when the two of us lay in the hot water of the new baths, I said, "Madara, I need to tell you." But Madara put his fingers to my lips. "You'll tell me tomorrow. I don't want to think about anything today," he said, lifting my face by the chin and gently touching my cheek with his lips. "I won't give you up to anyone," I whispered back. Only the gods know how much I loved him. I went crazy, and I could go crazy all night long. In the morning, as soon as I opened my eyes, Madara was not there, as always. I quickly got dressed and went to his office. I had to tell him what Sakura, and I found out as soon as possible. But at the office, she slowed down when she heard Izuna's voice. "Do you mind, brother?" "No, Izuna, you misunderstood me," Madara replied. "So you chose your own wife, but you won't let me?" "Sakura is a good girl, Izuna. I have known her all my life. And the most important thing for me is that you are happy. I'm not against Aizen, do you hear? Me. But I don't know what the council will say. Marriage is out of the question for now, but I promise you, I'll try to work things out." Well, Madara didn't take the news the way I expected. And that's just great news for me. After all, it was Madara's opinion that Izuna wanted to know. And now it's my turn. I knocked on the door and entered. "I have an important conversation." Izuna nodded and walked out the door. Madara sat at his desk. He ordered the office to be furnished exactly the same as in the old house. "Madara, I was at Sakura's and she examined me. It seems our doctor who brought Eiko forgot to say something. I told everything that Sakura found out. And now, in front of me, I saw not Madara, but the head of the Uchiha clan. And his face showed disappointment. No, May. I will not authorize the operation. But why? This is our only chance. Madara, I already said that I'm not going to share you with anyone, I exclaimed. I will talk to Eiko and this doctor. He will be punished, Madara said firmly. Madara, he was following Eiko's orders. She must have paid him. She just doesn't like me. May, she raised me. I can't punish her. I sighed. Now I'm going to visit my father and brother. And I'm asking you to consider surgery. It is safe. I placed my hand on top of his. The hard look softened. All right, May, I promise to think it over again, but understand, I don't want to risk you even for the sake of the heir. I know. I smiled, but there is no risk here. Please believe. Trust me. I think, but now I have to work. I quickly pressed my lips to his forehead. Did I already tell you that I love you? Of course, the question was rhetorical. The corners of his lips lifted into a half smile. I slammed the office door. Chapter 12 After asking Izuna where my clan was assigned, I went to see my family. I hadn't seen them in a very long time, and now I was in high spirits, despite the fact that Madara did not want to approve of my treatment. The Akiyama clan was assigned a small quarter just off the main street. It was as crowded as ever. I found the house of the main family without difficulty. It was a little larger than the others. Ayen-sen opened the door. Oh, Cammy! May! She exclaimed. My girl! Ayen tightly squeezed me in her arms. Ayen-san, you will choke me. I croaked. The woman immediately released me and began to look from head to toe. You look great, dear. Ayen moved a little to the side. Come in quickly and tell me how you are doing. I went inside. The house was furnished as if the daimyo himself lived in it. Well, my father always loved luxury. Where's Ren? I asked. Oh, the boy is simply delighted with the local training ground. Ayen smiled. He left in the morning. He said he would train. I smiled back. Ayen walked over to the table and poured hot tea. Here, have some tea, your love. Just brewed. Akiyama-sen will be here soon. I inhaled the scent of jasmine. Only Ayen-sen could make such delicious tea. Well, how is your life? Ayen asked as she sat down across from her. It's okay, Ayen-san, I'm happy. Don't you regret marrying that Uchiha? She gazed into my eyes. I love Madara very much, I answered tenderly. He is the best, Ayen-san. Loving him is the best thing that has happened to me in all these years. Your heart did not deceive you, girl. I'm happy if you're doing well. But what about the clan itself? Were you well received? Well, the Uchiha clan has a slightly different order. I hesitated. Probably they treat me with respect just because I'm Madara's wife. And why is that? Ayen's voice had a hint of anger in it. Well, I guess I didn't deserve it. Now the clan has an acute problem of the heir to the main branch. How long has it been since your wedding? About 6 months, almost 7 months. You don't want a baby? Ayen asked seriously. I really want to give Madara an heir. It just doesn't come out. Ayen opened her mouth to say something, but was interrupted by the slam of the front door. I'm sorry, I accidentally heard what you were talking about. The father's voice rang out. I jumped up. May, I'm glad you came. Are you all right with your health? All is well, father. Come on, tell us what's wrong with you. You can't get a word out of Madara, said the father, pouring tea from the teapot. In general, he'd rush to my cheeks. I can't get pregnant. But my friend Sakura has found the cause and is ready to cure me. But Madara does not agree to the operation. I wilted. The same Sakura you wrote to me about?
Ain asked. I nodded. Sakura is a very good doctor. She is the only Aryan in the Uchiha clan. She is very talented, and I trust her. Sakura even taught me some healing techniques. She taught me how to use chakra. Your eyes light up when you talk about her. You should introduce us.
Ain said. I'll definitely let you know. But father, please maybe.
I'll talk to your husband, May.
His father smiled.
Don't worry. So you agree that this operation should be carried out?
If you trust this, Sakura, how can I not trust my daughter? Thank you. This is very important to us. After all, if I can't give the clan an heir soon, Madara will be forced to take a concubine.
Absurd. Ain jumped up.
Calm down, Ain. I'll take care of everything,
the head of the Akiyama clan said firmly. Already in the late afternoon, when I returned from training, I talked with my brother and received a reprimand from Eiko for the fact that the wife of the head of the Uchiha should not jump around the training ground like ordinary shinobi. And Madara returned from the village council. His father appeared in his office. I quietly stood outside the door to hear the conversation, looking around to make sure no one was coming.
No, Akiyama-san,
I heard my husband's calm voice.
I sincerely fell in love with your daughter, and I don't want to lose her for anything. Who told you that you would lose her? Father retorted sternly.
But May said she needed surgery.
You are still young, Madara,
the interlocutor replied fatherly.
If you really love May, you must learn to trust her. Besides, what fate do you want for her? For the clan to consider her worthless? Concubines will give birth to your heirs, and she will fade into the background, forgotten by everyone. How will she feel, huh, Madara? May will never be second to me.
You should be grateful to fate that there was a reason and a person who could fix it. Instead, you yourself create obstacles to your happiness. You are no fool, Madara, and if you truly love my daughter, you will trust her as she once trusted you. Don't disappoint her. Make the right decision. There was a long, tense silence. My heart was beating loudly in my chest. If the father cannot influence Madara, then all is lost.
Okay, Akiyama-san. Out of respect for you and love for May, I give my consent,
whispered Madara. I exhaled and almost slid down the wall, but when I heard a stir in the room, I stopped in time. It's time to get out of here. I picked up the skirts of my kimono and quietly walked into the bedroom. Madara, I never waited, so I fell asleep. The next morning, when I got dressed, I found on my bedside table Madara's official permission for my treatment, with a personal seal. Jumping with happiness, I even captured a kiss on the treasured sheet. Deciding to take this to Sakura as soon as possible, I hurried to the Konoha hospital. Sakura took the news with enthusiasm.
That's great news, May.
If you're ready, we can do the operation in a couple of days. I already made a plan. Everything will go well, I'm sure.
I'm ready. I just need a few things, and I can come here.
By the way, I heard that Madara took the news that you and Azuna want to be together quite well.
Yes, it's true. We can't get married yet, but Azuna promised me that he would do everything.
How has your relationship progressed? I inquired. Well, you know, Sakura blushed. I would like us to become closer, but for some reason he hesitates. Well, that is, frankly speaking, almost everything was already between us. But it doesn't reach the most important thing. I'm worried, May,
Sakura admitted.
You just need to talk to him frankly.
I covered my friend's hand.
Tell him. Izuna just cares too much about you.
I will follow your advice.
Sakura smiled shyly.
After all, you will have more experience.
She winked. Back at the house, I started packing my things. When Madara entered the room, his appearance was gloomy. Something happened? I asked.
Advice?
The Uchiha muttered. Advice? Council of Konoha. The daimyo demanded that we choose a village ruler. Of course, as the founders of Konoha. Either me or Hashirama. Do you want to be chosen? I put down my bag and sat down on a small bench nearby.
No, actually this job is more suitable for Hashirama,
Madara sighed.
The clan is enough for me. In addition, all this paperwork, communication with people. In general, the vote was held right there. Chose Hashirama. But the most offensive thing is that even the members of the Uchiha Council voted for him, May. I took Madara's hand in mine and squeezed. The first attempt was to pull his arm out, but he didn't.
I'm glad you shared with me,
I said.
But why did the Uchiha do this?
They said that the clan is unstable now, and its future too. Because the clan doesn't have a single heir. I hit my forehead with my hand. How tired of these elders.
But Hashirama doesn't have kids either.
And he doesn't even have a wife, I exclaimed.
Hashirama was chosen on the condition that the wife should appear soon.
Madara chuckled bitterly.
And you know what? This dunce immediately announced that he was getting married. Allegedly, he already has someone in mind.
Is that how?
Well, you should not be upset because of this. Soon everything will be fine with us. These old people are going to regret calling our clan unstable. Madara somehow stared into my eyes.
Our?
He asked, somewhat hesitant. Well, of course ours. I raised his hand to my lips, you'll see. Thank you for trusting me. I saw fear and anxiety in his eyes, and I wanted to somehow calm him down, but I could not find words. After all, they've all been said before. I cupped his face in my hands and planted the softest kiss I could on his lips. Everything will change soon, I promise you. A few days later, I was already undergoing rehabilitation after the operation. How are you feeling, May? Sakura went into the ward. The operation was successful, and I also cut the adhesions in the pipes. In general, without going into details, now everything should be fine.
Everything is fine, thank you very much,
I answered, sitting in bed.
I feel great. Almost nothing hurts. You are a sorceress.
Sakura blushed and smiled. Well, why are you embarrassed, as if I'm a guy? I giggled.
Well, Izuna just said something like that to me last night.
Sakura whispered into my ear. Equals 13 equals.
Your hair color,
Ayan said, looking at Sakura.
That's all I remember before you were taken away from me. Your father and I always wanted to call you Sakura. I'm very glad that at least the name left you.
The woman's voice trembled.
The brain in my head began to work at a breakneck pace. So that's why Ayan-san doesn't like the Uchiha clan. That's why she talked me out of marrying Madara and didn't come to the wedding.
You?
Sakura faltered and tightened her grip on the tablet with my map.
My mother?
Ayan-san nodded. How can I trust you? Frown, girlfriend. Ayan fished out a small medallion from under the collar of her kimono and opened it.
Here, look,
she said, handing it to Sakura. I also craned my neck to look. There was a photo inside, very old and shabby. A smiling woman was watching from there. I immediately recognized Ayan-san in my youth. A dark-haired man stood next to her, his arm around the woman's shoulders.
He's the father,
Sakura said softly.
We took this photo shortly before the day he left and never returned.
Ayan said bitterly.
That day we learned that you would be born soon, Sakura.
I already knew then that a girl would be born.
And I dreamed about how I would raise her. A tear rolled down the woman's cheek.
Ayan-san,
I breathed out softly.
Why? Why were you kicked out?
Sakura said.
No one from the clan approved of my relationship with Takao. They just waited for you to be born and, saying that the child belongs to the clan, they put me out of the gate. I'm sorry, Sakura. I should have done something. But I was all alone.
Is it your fault?
Sakura replied, timidly touching Ayan's trembling palm. Deciding they had a lot to discuss, I sent them on their way out of the ward. I myself was in a slight shock, not imagining what Sakura could feel right now. The days went by quickly. It seemed that everything went smoothly. Sakura found a mother. She told how they get used to each other, that she began to feel much happier. My rehabilitation after the operation went just fine. I recovered quickly. I thought everyone would be fine now. 3 months later,
Madara-sama,
said a gray-haired old man, one of the members of the council.
Don't you think that taking your wife to the council is completely superfluous?
I don't think so, Nakajima-san. Madara replied dispassionately. Nakajima-san gave me a displeased look.
If no one minds, I'll start,
Hashirama said. 2 months ago, Hashirama took over as head of the village, and Madara took it quite calmly, but now the unrest in the clan was increasing, and everyone was on edge. Madara made the decision to take me for advice at the last moment, and I myself did not understand why. As it turned out later, the reason was simple. At first, it was about things that were not very significant to me. They discussed politics, in which I absolutely did not understand anything. Then Hashirama said, I have developed a project, and I want to put it up for public discussion. Shinobi School. The man unfolded a rather large drawing on the table. Have you already designed the building? Madara was surprised. It's just a draft. I will take note of all suggestions. Shinobi School? One of the elders asked.
That's not a bad idea. I support.
I agree.
Someone else agreed.
This will unite the clans.
Children will be able to receive knowledge from teachers from different clans, learn different techniques.
And this will be a great occasion to become friends.
The Hokage smiled. The project was unanimously approved, and for some time, they discussed the construction site and other nuances.
Another very important news.
Hashirama cleared his throat.
I want to announce my wedding to everyone.
The date has already been set, the 19th of July. Who is the bride? Nakajima-san asked.
I made a pact with the strongest clan, Uzumaki. Heim clan will become my wife. Sign a contract, but I don't know. Madara muttered.
I wanted to tell everyone, in a solemn atmosphere.
Hashirama waved his hands in a conciliatory manner.
Don't be angry, friend.
Madara pointedly turned away. I quietly put my hand on his knee, under the table. I have to show that I am here and support him.
And the last thing to be discussed today is your promise, Madara-sama.
Yuki's father, who was on the council, said. I tensed up as I stared at the people seated. Many of them nodded. Hashirama and Izuna lowered their eyes. Madara looked straight ahead.
The term has expired, Madara-sama.
Nakajima-san said.
Tell us, Mei-sama, will the heir be born soon?
I straightened my back and looked directly into the old man's face. What to say? As time passed, I never managed to get pregnant. Lie. How long will this delay the fulfillment of Madara's promise? The deceit will come out.
The heir will be born,
I said unemotionally.
But I can't give an exact date.
What does it mean?
Asked another man on the council. Madara exhaled.
Enough,
he snapped, all eyes on him.
I made a promise. And as the head of the Uchiha, in relation to my clan, I have to restrain him. And I will do it.
Forgive me, Madara-sama, that we brought this issue to the General Council.
The man, it seems his name was Kaoru-san, almost doubled up in a bow. Yeah, of course. They did it on purpose. To make us look like fools in front of more people and make sure Madara keeps his word. As agreed,
Madara said in a firm, steely voice.
After a certain time. And you gave more time, for which I thank you.
And now the time has come. I take a concubine. Those words rumbled through my head like a hurricane. I don't even know what expression I had on my face. I felt like I didn't understand anything. Voices merged into a hubbub. Have you already decided who will be honored? Take Yuki. No. Yuki tried to kill my wife. I will never make her the mother of my heir.
Then my daughter will suit you, Ran. She is strong and beautiful.
Ran?
Madara thought.
Well, so be it. Waiting for Ran at the main house by tomorrow morning. This ended the council. I jumped up and hurried out of the building. I wanted to be alone.
Has it really happened yet? There were no tears. Blaming Madara for this was stupid. I am useless. And Madara does his duty for both of us. But bitterness and resentment rolled in waves, no matter how hard I tried to reason with myself. Ayan-san was right. Uchihas are ruthless. Footsteps were heard behind. I turned around. Madara stood a few steps away from me, regret flashing in his black eyes.
May,
he said softly.
let it go, Madara,
I said, holding out my palm in a preemptive gesture.
It's my duty, May,
he said anyway.
I know, Madara. Sorry for being so useless. Now leave me. I turned around and quickly walked towards the house. But then she turned sharply towards the house where Ayan-san lived. But Madara caught up with me in 2 jumps and turned me around, taking my shoulders.
You don't have to be the devil, May. I know I'm hurting you.
But please, I want you to understand that she can't take your place, May. Will never replace. Not in the house, not in my heart.
I should be the one asking for your forgiveness. It's because of me that you're forced to do what you don't want to do. Hashirama is building a shinobi school? I'm going to teach there. Or in general, I'll go to the service, I'll carry out tasks. Are you out of your mind, woman? The Uchiha exploded, shaking me like a doll.
I don't want everyone to think I'm useless,
I exclaimed. Madara inhaled and exhaled, loosening his grip.
We'll talk tomorrow,
he said, and turning around, he walked away. At that moment, I felt as if something important was moving away from me, and I was standing still and could not catch up. Ayan-san opened the door immediately. What happened, my girl? You don't have a face, she said. Could we talk? Just don't tell your father, please.
Of course, dear, tell me.
Ayan-san went out onto the porch and closed the door behind her. I told the former Nani about what happened in the council chamber.
You have to keep your face, girl,
Ayan said.
Don't show your feelings to anyone. Be full of dignity. You are the main woman in this house.
Yes, but how can I be with Madara now?
I spread my arms in confusion.
How, in those nights that he will spend with another woman, thoughts will drive me crazy.
I'm afraid he will disgust me, Ayan-san.
Look at it differently, May. This Ren is nothing more than a vessel. Her fate is sad. Maybe you can befriend her. That would be wise. And once her role is done, Madara will forget about her. Be friends with her? Never. I don't think the elders will stop at one child. And how can I get into bed with him, knowing that last night he was with another woman? Ayan-san. I covered my face with my hands. Well, you will, dear. Ayan ran her hand along my back, stroking. You will get used to it.
I don't want to. I don't want to get used to this.
Tears welled up in her eyes, bringing relief. Your heart will tell you the solution. Returning to the house in the evening, I noticed how the servants were bustling about. Prepare chambers for the concubine. The maids passing by looked at me with pity, others smiled slyly. At that moment, the determination to prove that I was worth something was strengthened in me. I decided to no longer be a beauty in a painted kimono giving orders. I decided to become a warrior, like my brother. With that determination, I went to sleep in my office instead of the dorm. In the morning, I was obliged, as the wife of the head, to meet the concubine with Madara. Expecting to see a stately young lady with a haircut and an expensive kimono, I was surprised when Ren got out of the wagon. Ren Uchiha was undeniably beautiful, her jet black hair pulled back into a simple updo, yet lightly embellished with kanzashi. But there was no arrogance in her, and on her belt hung a katana? I looked the girl up and down, and she bowed politely in response. Polite, but not deep enough.
Welcome to my home, Ren Uchiha,
Madara said firmly.
Peace be in your home, and your enemies be defeated, my lord.
Ren bowed deeply. Look you. What? It's okay, I shouldn't lose face.
May, my wife, and head woman of the clan. Respect her,
the head Uchiha said sternly.
The servants will show you to your quarters, Lady Ren. I said to the concubine in a flat voice. One of the maids immediately picked up the girl's luggage.
Follow me, mistress,
she said. When the official part came to an end, I considered that there was nothing more for me to do here. In my office, I changed into more comfortable clothes and, taking my katana, went to my brother, who, if not a samurai, albeit a young one, will teach me how to master these weapons perfectly. More Madara, no one in the clan, nor in the village, will call me useless. Chapter 14 Commentary on Chapter 14. My dear readers, I hope you enjoy the chapter. And also waiting for feedback. This is very important for the author.
You need a bakkin,
Rin said.
Come on, Round. I can handle real weapons too.
I waved him off.
Who trains with a real one, fool?
Of course, my brother one. I bought myself a bakkin again. For a week now, I have been living in my father's house and learning the art of the sword. I couldn't go back to the Uchiha clan, I just couldn't. Madara never came, never demanded my return. But I didn't even know what to say if he came. Sitting on the veranda with Ayin-san, with a glass of hot jasmine tea, I suddenly asked,
Why, Ayin-san, doesn't he come after me? But you yourself left, dear.
The woman shook her head.
Why don't you just come back?
I can't.
I tightened my grip on the glass.
But
you don't think he's guilty either, do you?
That's right. I don't blame him. But I blame myself, Ayin-san. I just don't want to be worthless, useless. I don't benefit the clan or the village. That's why I decided to become stronger, because otherwise Hashirama won't hire me.
You're crazy, May.
I heard my brother's voice behind me.
But you were taken, Rin, right? I turned around.
Of course they took me, stupid. I'm a man. Also, a samurai. A samurai must have a master. I chuckled, turning away again. The training paid off. Hashirama will take me to the service, otherwise. Actually, what will I do if I refuse? After another week, I couldn't bear it anymore and went to the Hokage's residence.
Don't even think about it,
Hashirama snapped.
But why?
I exclaimed.
Madara will turn my head off later,
Senja muttered.
And that's the only reason?
And where does Madara wear this when his wife has been absent from the house for 2 weeks? Hashirama stiffened.
May, you acted very stupidly. Left her husband to this woman? I didn't leave him. I yelled.
You don't understand anything.
Don't boil. Have you forgotten that my wedding is in 3 days? And I want to see you on it with your husband. Don't be stupid. Madara is still an idiot, but you hurt his pride. You could swear, go to a separate bedroom, whatever, but you left the clan, May. You must return. And you take me to the service. I stubbornly crossed my arms over my chest. Hashirama glared at me.
Well, as soon as the shinobi school is built, I will take you to teach. What discipline will you choose?
Healing, perhaps. Although, I can also teach kenjutsu. For beginners, of course. Well, that's good. You will sign the contract after the school is ready. Construction has already begun. It won't last long, I promise.
Thank you, Hashirama.
I turned to leave, but stopped at the last moment.
Hashirama. Did Madara say anything about me?
I heard a sigh.
Madara didn't come to see me. May. For a long time. But 2 weeks ago, he told me he broke your heart. It's me. I broke. Without finishing, I left. It was embarrassing for me to return to the clan. But still, I had to do it. Trying to ignore the whispers on the clan's main street, I made my way to the main house, straight to Madara's office. On the way, I met a young maid who always cleaned Madara's bedroom and office.
May-sama,
she exclaimed.
Glory to Kami, you are back.
Madara-sama is off the chain.
What happened, Miyagi?
I was surprised.
Madara-sama is always angry. It's better not to catch his eye.
The girl whispered in fear.
He's been like this since the day Lady Ran arrived here.
When you left, Madara-sama went to her at night. Can you imagine? I saw everything.
And what did you see, Miyagi?
Are you spying on Mr. I screwed up?
No, Mei-sama. I was completely by chance. I was passing by. I raised my eyebrows in a silent question. Still, no one canceled female curiosity.
Madara-sama came to her quarters. Can you imagine her? She held a sword to his throat. She said she wouldn't let herself be touched. The maid whispered.
Madara-sama knocked the weapon out of her hands in a second and gave her such a slap in the face that she rolled on the floor. You should have seen his eyes, Mei-sama.
He's always like this now.
It's okay, Miyagi, now I'm back. You have nothing to fear anymore.
The maid bowed and trotted on. But her words got me thinking about all this. Why did Ren act like this? And Madara, then, is not in the spirit. In front of the office, I took a deep breath and exhaled. Madara sat at the table and wrote something with a frown on his face. When I closed the door, he didn't even look up. But I was sure he knew who came in.
Madara,
I tried to make my voice firm.
We need to talk. The Uchiha put down the document and looked at me defiantly from head to toe. He was silent.
Madara, I acted recklessly, I know. I shouldn't have left. I didn't want to leave. The Uchiha raised his eyebrows as he continued to stare into my eyes. In his black pools, there was nothing but hardness.
You dishonored me, Mei, humiliated me with your act,
he said indifferently.
You know, I just blew up. I'm not angry at you, but at myself. Everything that's happening here is because of me. Madara pushed back his chair and stood up.
Do you think after 2 weeks of absence, after you left without a word of explanation to me, I should take you back?
You know where I've been.
And you, too, were silent. You did not come to me. You did not even write a letter.
You left me, Mei.
And I understand you perfectly.
His voice rose in tone.
What should I have said?
I didn't leave you, Madara.
And I didn't blame you. Unable to stand it, I went up to the table and slammed my palm on the surface.
Don't you dare yell here, woman.
His eyes flashed red, and the table flew to the side. I took 2 steps back. No, I wasn't scared. I was just being careful.
I just needed time. I would never leave you like this,
I said softly.
I love you, and as long as you want to see me next to me, I would not leave. But apparently you won't want. Anyway, if you can forgive me, forgive me. I turned around and walked towards the door. Not slowly, as if waiting for him to bring me back. I didn't expect this, but not fast either. I didn't want to lose my dignity and run out of the office like a fool. Defeat must be accepted with dignity. But Madara grabbed my wrist sharply and pulled me back. Before I could turn around, strong arms encircled me.
Even if they think I'm an idiot, I really wanted you to come,
he whispered in my ear, breathing hot breath around my neck. I slowly turned around and looked him in the face.
So you're not giving up on me? Who in their right mind would turn down someone they love?
He answered in bewilderment. I smiled at this phrase. And then I realized how much I missed him. Anger at myself clouded all my feelings. I hugged my broad shoulders and buried my face in the fabric of his haori.
I missed you so much, Madara,
I whispered. A warm hand lay first on the back of his head, running through his hair,
and then slid down his cheek, lifting his chin.
Me too. I missed you madly too,
he whispered. Unable to stand it, I was the first to reach for a kiss. It is quite expected that from the first second, it was greedy, deep, and long. In those moments, I forgot about Ran, about my anger, about his pride. I inhaled his scent greedily, and the taste of anise on his lips made me dizzy. My fingers crinkled the fabric of his haori, pulling me closer, and his hands clenched my hair in a fist, pulling it down, throwing my head back. Greedy, impatient kisses on my neck, a few long steps forward, and I rest my back against the wall.
No one can replace you for me,
I heard a hoarse baritone in my ear.
And I want you. No matter how trite it may sound.
I breathed in response. Clothes fell to the floor. Are my hands shaking? Why? From excitement or impatience? Madara was neither gentle nor sensual. Not today. Today there was only animal passion. His fingers made marks on my thighs and wrists. His teeth nibbled at the skin of my neck. And this pleasure, bordering on pain, delighted me. I was out of breath. And his closeness is like a breath of fresh air. I enjoyed him, enjoyed the touch of his skin, hair, lips, and it was not enough for me. Like him,
you are only mine,
I said, pulling him closer by the black strand of hair.
You're,
the Uchiha groaned, balancing on the edge.
In this life and the next one.
I pressed my lips to his, not letting him finish, even if he wanted to say something else. Hashirama's wedding resounded throughout the village. Uzumaki Mito, the Hokage's fiancée and now wife, seemed very nice to me. She looked serious and strict, but after talking with her, I concluded that she was a very simple girl. And it seems that marriage with Hashirama was not at all across her throat, as is usually the case in marriages of convenience. We quickly became friends with her. The shinobi school, as promised by Hashirama, was completely rebuilt in a week and a half. Hashirama himself personally helped in its construction. I still admired his wood technique, and he was good at medical technology. The contract was concluded. Madara didn't even seem to mind. After we reconciled, he didn't mind much at all. When I asked why he didn't mind, he replied that it was safe to work there, and if I wanted to, he saw no reason to interfere. He didn't go to Ran anymore.
That's because Lady Ran has run out of fertile days. We are waiting for the result,
the old woman Eiko told me with a sly squint.
And if he doesn't?
I answered with a challenge.
So Madara will come to see her again,
she dismissed. Kami-sama. How I prayed to all the gods for Ran to get pregnant. And then Madara would no longer have to go to her, and I would endure all this. Meanwhile, Sakura insisted that I continue to take herbs that promote conception. She said that I was physically fine. Of course, I followed her instructions. When the shinobi school was opened, there were quite a lot of people who wanted to study there. I immersed myself in work and went on missions, so Izuna again conducted kenjutsu training with me. One day, after a medical technique class, Sakura came running to me. May! The girl was out of breath, red from running, and her green eyes burned with a feverish fire.
What happened, Sakura?
I got excited. A friend took my hands and spun.
Izuna proposed to me, May.
I was taken aback. How? But
Madara-sama agreed.
The pink-haired woman almost squealed. What about the elders? I wondered.
And the elders didn't interfere either.
Today they found out that Ran is pregnant after all. Almost a holiday in the clan. I squeezed Sakura's hands tighter, and then hugged her, and we twirled together. What an irony. I would never have thought that I would be happy when another woman becomes pregnant from my husband. Chapter 15 Today was a special day. I closed my jewelry box and put it back on the dressing table. Looking meticulously at myself in the mirror, I was satisfied. Of course, I wanted to wear a brighter kimono, but since the ceremony was solemn and related directly to the Uchiha clan, Madara insisted on officiality. So, I was wearing a dark blue kimono with 2 clan crests on the sleeves, one on the left chest and one large on the back. I did my best with my hair, lifting it into a beautiful traditional hairstyle with lots of hairpins and kanzashi.
Enough,
said the old woman Eiko.
You can't be more beautiful than the bride. Oh, so you still think I'm beautiful?
I quipped. The old woman just clicked angrily and left. Today I was in a great mood and nothing could spoil it. I guess I've been waiting for this day even more than Sakura herself. It's been half a year since Izuna proposed to her. Arranging a ceremony before did not work at first due to Izuna's heavy workload on assignments. Then news came that hidden villages began to be created everywhere, and Madara and Hashirama were personally involved in reconnaissance operations. And then Ran began to feel worse and worse every day, so the wedding had to be postponed again and again. Of course, the pregnancy was still quite difficult, which surprised everyone. After all, Ran was an Uchiha. But now her condition was stable, and nothing threatened her health and the health of the future heir, so the ceremony was finally scheduled. I went out into the garden, where everything was already prepared for the holiday. Madara was giving final instructions to the servants.
"You are so beautiful in these clothes,"
I heard his voice right next to my ear. How? He had just been at the other end of the pond.
"But you know what?" he continued. I turned around and tilted my head a little to one side. The flowers swayed on the kanzashi.
As soon as this ceremony is over, I will immediately take off all these clothes from you. I blushed and lightly punched the Uchiha in the chest.
"Stop! They're watching us!"
I hissed. The entire territory of the clan was decorated with flowers and lanterns. Residents also decorated their houses as much as possible. There was an atmosphere of solemnity all around. In the large courtyard of the main house, small tables with refreshments were placed. All the invitees had already gathered. There was a measured rumble of voices around. The monk was already here too. Izuna, dressed in a black clan kimono, went to the guests to meet the bride. I was also looking forward to getting my friend out.
"You're glowing all over today,"
Madara said softly.
"It's a very special day."
I smiled.
"I guess I've been waiting for it more than Sakura herself."
Still, there is a positive thing about this concubine of yours being pregnant.
"I'm sure you'll give me a son soon too."
Madara imperceptibly intertwined our fingers, hiding them in the hem of my kimono.
"But Ran's child will still be the main heir."
I sighed. Is it so important to you? Are you power hungry? Fake Madara.
"You're right."
I hesitated, feeling a pang of guilt.
"It doesn't matter at all." Suddenly, I heard the lively whisper of the guests. The palanquin with the bride arrived. The kimono Sakura wore was blindingly white. Furioso sleeves fell to the very hem, the reverse side of which was red. Snow-white fresh flowers decorated the hairstyle. Green eyes shone, it seemed, on a par with the sun. I smiled happily as I caught her eye. Right now, I felt how happy I was to be Madara's wife. I was happy that I could be with him, that I love him, and that my feelings are mutual. After the end of the official part, everyone congratulated the bride and groom. Izuna held his wife's hand and did not let her go anywhere, throwing admiring glances in her direction.
I'm so glad this day has finally arrived,
I said when I finally got to them.
I'm sure you two will be happy.
Thank you, my dear.
Sakura's cheeks flushed. Ayen-sen came over to congratulate her daughter, so she had to move away. Despite her dislike of the Uchiha, she still came accompanied by my father and brother. How do you like your job at the academy? Ren asked.
I like it very much,
I answered honestly.
But sometimes I would like some assignments. I have a few free days. We can practice together if you want. I'll see how you progress. Great. Izuna says I'm making progress. After talking a little with my brother and father,
I did not notice how the bride and groom were already escorted to a room specially designated for them, where, according to custom, the first wedding night should take place. I walked up to Madara and took his hand.
It's as if we were in their place quite recently,
I said, leaning my head on his shoulder.
I'm happy for Izuna and hope he made the right choice for life.
Sakura will make him happy, I'm sure.
By the way, Madara, and what if you do not provide proof of the purity of the bride? She will be kicked out.
They'll kick you out of the clan or send you to wash the cauldrons.
Madara chuckled.
Why do you ask? Well, what if they, well, sort of.
I was embarrassed for some reason.
I'm just worried about my friend.
Do not make me laugh. Ways to deceive the council have always been, are, and will be. There have been bad cases, unless the marriage is at the behest of the young. I immediately remembered our first night. But it's true. There is nothing to worry about. The guests have almost gone home. It was getting chilly. The elders will return here only in the morning.
We can go too,
Madara said, putting his arm around my shoulders and pulling me closer. I nodded. This wedding atmosphere today made me dreamy and sentimental. It seemed that it also had an effect on the strict head of the clan. Madara's gaze seemed softer today.
I love you so much,
I whispered barely audibly.
Let's be together for a long, long time. The street was as quiet as the calm before the storm, and anxiety rose in my heart. Madara turned me around and looked into my eyes.
Kami blessed the day Izuna brought you here. I am happy that you are my wife. Warm lips contrasted with the coolness of the evening air, and the hands that gripped my shoulders seemed like fire. Now it seemed to me that I loved him so much that I didn't have enough of him, so much that I seemed unbearably greedy to myself. In the dark, the rooms clattered to the floor of the kanzashi. Madara never cared where he threw things at times like this. I did exactly the same. Clothes rustled down to her feet. Feeling the bare skin of mine, I closed my eyes, lost in the moment. I won't give it to anyone, even death. I swear. The next day was declared a day off for everyone, but not for the head of the Uchiha clan and the Hokage. They left to discuss some of their business early in the morning. In the meantime, since I don't need to go to the academy, I decided to train with my brother. The training ground was empty. Practicing techniques, I never tired of being surprised at the speed of Ren's movements. No matter how much I trained, I still have a long way to go.
But I still commend you, little sister. For you, this is a big progress for such a period. Well done, Izuna.
It's just that I'm capable,
I replied boastfully. The brother snorted derisively. Suddenly, a flock of birds fluttered over the forest, scattering in different directions. Ren immediately frowned. Several ninja jumped out of the thicket with lightning speed and rushed at us. I did not know any military equipment. Standing up, I put my Bakken forward. The kunai collapsed with a crash. I just had time to block, immediately driving a couple of meters on my feet under the onslaught of the enemy. The second attacker was already waiting for me on the other side. I didn't have time to figure it out. But I can't die like this. Suddenly the attack stopped and the assailant sank to the ground. A puddle of blood soaked into the sand. The second aimed his kunai at my stomach, but the blade rebounded with a clang and slashed across my thigh. I hissed in pain, covering the wound with my hand, activating the healing chakra. My brother's gleaming katana pierced his opponent's chest. I looked at it in amazement, settling on the sand. I had never seen my brother in battle before. Are you okay, May? Ren knelt next to me, carefully examining me from head to toe. By this point, I had already managed to stop the bleeding. Here again came the feeling of his own worthlessness.
It's all right,
I answered colorlessly. Ren nodded and helped me up.
Hidden fog,
he hissed.
I must report. Hastily escorting me home.
Ren went to report. I picked up the cracked Bakken again and went to the backyard. This is the real fight. And what could I do? I couldn't even defend properly. I have to train more. I have to be at least a little stronger. Again and again practicing the blows, I imagined the movements of the enemy.
Well, why are you alone here, May? I heard Izuna's voice and stopped. Why are you here, and not with your wife? You have the day off, I answered good-naturedly, hiding all my torment to hell.
Madara called, something urgent.
Izuna sighed.
This morning, my brother and I were attacked by shinobi of the mist.
I said. Well, why hide? Izuna frowned.
When you get back, promise me to train again.
I tried to cover my bandaged leg with my hand. Did everything work out? Not hurt?
Of course, he only pretended not to notice the wound. It's okay, because Ren was there. But I have to be stronger, you understand?
Okay, I promise we'll practice together.
The younger Uchiha nodded. When he left,
Time dragged on like gooey candy. Slowly, the sun was going down, but Izuna still hadn't returned. And Madara. Sakura couldn't find a place. And now I began to understand that something terrible was coming. Chapter 16 What's wrong with your leg? Sakura asked sadly while sitting on the shore of a pond in the courtyard of the Uchiha's main house. I shook my head, smiling sadly. I wanted her to see me as support, but the fear for Madara, Izuna, and my brother ate me as much as her. Already the third day came to an end, and there was no news. Only Einstein said that after what happened, Madara gathered a small detachment and went to investigate. Sakura placed her hand on my thigh. "May, the femoral artery is damaged," she said colorlessly. "I know. But I healed the main one and stopped the bleeding almost immediately. Everything will be okay." And she said that the wound was trifling. "You could have died. There is no need to cause unrest in vain." "Didn't die." Sakura just sighed as she stared at the horizon again. "I'm scared too," I said. "But we have to be strong. You'll see, they'll be back soon. Everything will be fine." In fact, a premonition of something bad haunted me, and the state of health has worsened in recent days. I attributed it to the loss of blood in that skirmish. Although I was able to stop it quickly, arterial bleeding is no joke. I've lost quite a bit of blood. "You're too pale," Sakura said, turning to me. "I haven't slept well since it all started," I sighed. "And even the wound." "Come on, let's make some vitamin tea for you." Sakura got up from the ground, dusting off her clothes. I got up and went to the kitchen. The infusions that Sakura prepared were always really working, and at the same time minimally nasty. I really don't mind something like that right now. We entered the kitchen, and a friend immediately set to work, taking out various herbs from the shelves and mixing them in a teapot. "Put it on until the water boils, please," she asked. "Good." I took an iron bowl, poured water into it, and was about to put it on a hot stone stove above the fireplace, when suddenly everything swam sharply in my eyes, and my legs seemed to weaken. "Sakura," I mumbled before my vision went completely dark. "How did this happen?" I heard Eiko grumbling when I came to my senses a little. "If something is serious with her, Madara-sama, when she returns, she will skin me." "Come on, scan it quickly." I opened my eyes and saw the frightened face of Sakura leaning over me, and behind it the ceiling of my room. Thank Kami, I'm not in the hospital. "So it's not all that bad. What happened?" I asked. Now I felt quite tolerable. My head was no longer spinning, and the weakness had almost receded. "You fainted, May. Let me scan anyway, just in case. Otherwise, this grouch will not leave me behind," Sakura added, already quieter. I nodded in agreement. What should I allow inspection? Although it is probably from overwork and loss of blood. "It's all right," Sakura concluded. "You need to get some rest. Now I will brew you a soothing broth, and you will sleep." "Here." Eiko grumbled and left, sliding her shoji back. Sakura returned soon, carrying a steaming cup. "May," her friend sat on the edge of the bed. "When did you last have your period?" "What?" I was confused. "Why do you ask?" "If you remember and count." "I won't say anything for sure, but it seemed to me that you might be pregnant." "Be pregnant?" I jumped in surprise and rolled my eyes. "Calm down. Here, drink." Sakura held out a cup. "Wait a little more, and I will examine you again." "How likely is it?" "I'm sure about 70%. But you need to wait a little more to make sure. And I'm sure you'll tell Madara-sama the great news soon. So get some sleep and take care of yourself." I couldn't believe my ears. Even if Sakura isn't sure, I was already so happy, and it seemed to me that it really was. I drank the decoction in one gulp. Now it's impossible for him not to return. I desperately looked into the green eyes of my friend.
Don't worry.
Sakura patted my arm reassuringly. Sleep really soon overcame me, and I fell asleep. I woke up already late in the morning. Having quickly dressed, I hurried to the courtyard to see if Madara had returned. But everything was calm. The servants went about their business. Now, when there was hope that I was still pregnant, I could no longer go to the training field to pass the time there. Training will have to be postponed. So I decided to go to the library. Time to focus on healing, herbalism, and combat tactics. So, sitting in the library and studying books every day, I spent almost 2 more weeks. I consoled myself with the fact that the whole detachment could not have died. Someone would have returned. So everything should be fine. Plus, Sakura confirmed my pregnancy this morning. Both my father and brother left with the squad, so I had no one else to share the wonderful news with except Ayin-san.
Almost 3 months already. I smiled from the top of my head, putting my hand on my still flat stomach. It will be a boy. Exactly.
Yeah, if he has a personality like Madara-sama, it'll be a nightmare.
Sakura teased while sipping her jasmine tea. Why a nightmare? I was sincerely surprised.
Madara has a good character.
Well, yes,
mumbled a friend. We sat in the house, where Ayin-san still helped her father with the housework and drank freshly brewed green tea. Suddenly the door opened and my father walked in. His face expressed universal fatigue and nothing more. Father! I jumped up from my chair. You're back. Thank you, Kami. I've been waiting for you. How did everything go? Sakura stood up too.
Where's Rin-san?
Ayin-san asked. Exactly. Ren and his father were obviously not there at the moment. Where is he? Father looked at us intently and walked with a heavy step to the table, where he sat down on an empty chair with a crash, placing his sheathed katana on the table. Sir? Sakura asked.
Do you want some tea?
My father looked up at me.
May,
he said,
I have to tell you, as much as I'd like to hide it from you all my life.
What to hide, father? I freaked out.
Did something happen to Madara? Your brother is dead, daughter,
he said in an expressionless, but still firm tone. The meaning of what was said did not reach me immediately. I frowned, trying to process what I just heard.
What is it, dead?
Ren-D died? Her lips were dry and her throat was tight. Nausea kicked in. Ayin-san looked with wide eyes. She seems to be speechless.
We caught up with the squad that had those bastards who were trying to start a war. The group was not small. These are the conspirators. The head of the Hidden Mist made it clear to us that he did not give the order to attack us.
He's not lying, is he?
Sakura asked. If he's lying, it will soon become known. But the fact is that even the strength of Madara-sama and Izuna-sama was not enough to get out of this battle without loss. Has anyone else died? Ayin asked hoarsely.
2 more of the squad died. Through the efforts of Izuna-sama and Madara-sama, the others escaped with minor injuries. These 2 took over. My father looked into my eyes.
Ren died in that battle. He died like a warrior, like a samurai. Tomorrow, there will be a solemn funeral for all the dead. Hashirama-sama has already ordered. The words spoken by my father reached me as if through water, and I couldn't believe I was hearing all this. Maybe I'm sleeping? And how can he say all this so calmly? I literally flopped back into my chair. Something is not good, I said, and immediately jumping up from my seat, went out into the street. The scorching warm sun immediately hit my eyes, and tears flowed from them. The nausea got worse. Unable to bear it, I vomited. Footsteps were heard nearby. Please, May. You must calm down. At least for the sake of the child.
Sakura said. I knew perfectly well that she was right. If I don't pull myself together, you won't get my brother back, and I'll lose my child.
Here, have a drink.
My friend handed me a glass of water. I added a soothing infusion.
Thanks.
I drank all the liquid in one gulp. I must stay strong. Exhaling, I took a step towards my house.
I have to see Madara.
I'm coming with you, Sakura replied. I just had to live through it. Repeating this to myself like a mantra, I walked forward. Chapter 17 From the very morning, the sky was covered with clouds and a fine, nasty rain was pouring down. Already almost no one stood at the memorial stele, on which the names of the dead were engraved in the name of the shinobi village. This stele was designed personally by Hashirama and installed a few days ago. Approaching, I put a bouquet of flowers on a stone slab. Raindrops dripped from her wet hair and ran down her face like tears. But I didn't cry. There were no more tears. My eyes burned, but I couldn't cry anymore. Quiet footsteps were heard nearby, and then a hot hand touched my icy fingers.
If I had been there, I could have saved him.
I croaked, barely audible.
You shouldn't blame yourself,
Madara said.
I was there.
And I didn't save him.
You did your best.
I squeezed his hand. I didn't have time to tell him I was pregnant. In addition, I was no longer sure that I would not lose the child. Let's go home, you're cold. I shook my head stubbornly.
May, everyone has already left.
I heard Sakura's soft, gentle voice. Please let's go.
Think about.
This is where Sakura froze.
Your health.
She finished hastily. She is right. I silently turned around and walked towards the house. Madara took off his cloak, and the heavy cloth fell on my shoulders. I sent him a grateful look. I didn't want to talk at all. I wanted to sleep. I slept for about a day. When I opened my eyes, I realized that I was terribly hungry. I quickly dressed in a black kimono with a clan pattern and went to the kitchen. I met Madara's old nurse. How long can you behave like this? The old woman narrowed her already narrow eyes.
Madara-sama can't find a place. Everything is worth it. I'm going to see him now,
I replied, tilting my head slightly. Whatever it was, she was right. You need to get your feelings in order. Deciding what to eat after, I went to Madara's office. Opening the door, I entered. Madara was concentrating on writing something on a piece of paper. Hearing the soft slam of the door, he looked up. How are you feeling? He asked worriedly as he stood up.
I'm fine now.
I tried to smile.
I'm going to the kitchen, but first, I decided to see you and tell you one very good news.
Good?
We need good news now more than ever.
A hint of a smile flickered across his lips for just a moment.
Soon I will give you an heir, Madara.
And now a smile of its own blossomed on my lips. Madara's black eyebrows twitched slightly. A lot of emotions changed in his eyes, and I saw them all. Surprise, relief, anxiety, joy.
I must announce this to the clan and the council.
He breathes. Certainly. But under no circumstances should you think of declaring our future son the heir.
I warned.
I know.
Madara sighed.
I can't go back on my words.
The firstborn must be the heir. This is Rant's baby.
It's okay,
I assured him, smiling tenderly.
It's not the main thing. And now I'm terribly hungry. And you need to hold a council.
And solve all the cases. I'm fine, really. For a whole month, peace and tranquility reigned in the clan and in the village, not counting the small sorties of shinobi detachments to hunt down the leader of the gang that incited the villages to war. Today was a very warm and sunny day, and the mood was just right. I was sitting by the pond with a book in my hands, turning my face to the sun and putting my hand on the already slightly rounded stomach. A few days ago, another detachment under the command of Izuna went on reconnaissance. The day before, Madara received a letter from the borders that the band of conspirators had finally been discovered. Sakura was not herself. She always worried a lot if Izuna went on a mission. And now it was clear that it was hard for her to sit still. On the contrary, I became lazy and quickly got tired. So it was a real pleasure to sit like this.
It'll be all right, Sakura. You just got a letter from him last night, I admonished. But I just want him back, sighed her friend. As soon as he returns, I will scold him severely. Why is this? Sakura was surprised. He turned my friend into an egoist, I replied jokingly. Sakura-san, Sakura-san, came the loud cry of an agitated maid. Sakura and I turned our heads to the scream at the same time. I jumped up at once. The girl who served Lady Ran was running towards us as fast as she could, picking up the yukata in her hands. What's wrong, Miyaki-chan? I asked calmly. The maid ran up, leaned over and put her hands on her hips, trying to catch her breath. Miss Ran is in a really bad place. She's bleeding. Please, Sakura-san, it's good to have you here. Let's go quickly. Sakura ran after the maid to Ran's quarters. I was afraid to run, so I just followed them at a fast pace. Already at Ran's room, I heard screams and the desperate running of the servants. How are things? I asked as I stepped inside. On the bed lay a pale, almost gray Ran. The sheets were covered in blood. All around, pots of water stood on chairs. Some herbs were boiling on the fire. By smell those that reduce sensitivity and introduced into sleep. Save the child. Ran growled, probably to Sakura. She's got a placental abruption, Sakura said with a quick glance at me. But it's complicated, May. Where is Madara-sama? Only the head of the clan has the right to decide who I save. Someone call Madara-sama. Why are you all up? That's an order, I chimed out, firming up my voice. One of the servants ran out the door. I had to wait about 15 minutes, according to my calculations. The servant has returned. Madara-sama didn't want to come, but he said to save the heir. The official confirmation of the head of the clan will be ready soon. Sakura, having received the necessary information, quickly began to act. Lady Ran, I will do my best to keep you alive too, she said. May, I need help. Not yours. Hiromi-san. She should be in the hospital now. That's her specialty. Now I will do everything. As quickly as possible, I reached my quarters. After quickly scribbling a few lines for Hiromi-san, I sent a letter with the clan's fastest falcon. Now I was not at all up to resentment for the fact that I could not help in any way. Even Sakura needed help, and with my skills, I would only get in the way here. In addition, it would be stressful for my body, which is completely unnecessary. Half an hour later, Hiromi-san arrived. Everyone immediately became calmer. Despite the fact that I understood that there would be little use from me, I nevertheless decided to be there in case help was still needed. Ren was given the broth that boiled on the fire earlier. This will dull the pain and perhaps she will even fall asleep. We need to move quickly, Sakura, Hiromi-san said. Sakura nodded as she activated her chakra scalpel. I'm monitoring the baby's heart rate, Hiromi-san commented. The door swung open again, and a battered shinobi rushed in, his eyes darting around the room erratically until his eyes focused on Sakura. My heart turned over again. You can't go in here, Hiromi snapped. I'm sorry, but I felt it was my duty to find Sakura-san. This is Izuna-sama's order. Sakura whirled around, the hand with the chakra scalpel trembling as it ran across Ran's stomach, but only slightly, I thought. Izuna-san is mortally wounded, Sakura-san. He asked me to tell you to forgive him for not being able to keep his promise to you. Where is he? Sakura either barked or yelled in a broken voice. He was taken to separate rooms, Madara-sama ordered. He is already there. He came to say goodbye. Sakura jumped up abruptly. Her eyes flashed with remorse, confusion and fear. Animal horror. I felt my hand shaking violently. I'm sorry. Forgive me, I must. I can't die for him. And Sakura abruptly jumped up and ran away, slamming the door. Damn it! Hiromi-san growled. I tried to help Hiromi-san, did everything she asked. But I was completely inexperienced in such matters, and generally inexperienced in principle. So it turned out the way it did. Maybe there wasn't enough time. Maybe Sakura's absence had an effect. Ran's child did not survive. Therefore, we had only to save at least Ran herself. As soon as Hiromi-sen said that the threat to her life was over, I rushed to the chamber where I was supposed to find Sakura. Madara stood at the tightly closed doors. His face expressed extreme concern and concern. I just couldn't tell him that the child was dead. How is he? I asked, touching his arm and clenching his icy fingers. We just recently buried my brother, now heir to the clan. If Izuna is also... I just couldn't think about it. Lost a lot of blood. Sakura said she would perform the operation herself. Did she give you hope? She said she would keep that hope by the throat, even if it wasn't there. Madara said in a weak voice, How is Ran? He will live. I replied in a colorless voice. Who was born? It was a boy. I said in a barely audible voice, like it was all my fault. Was? Sorry. I whispered. Madara turned around and silently left the corridor.